I've been calling that brother all day long. Now he decides to call me. Okay. Going back to the StreamYard. Okay. And stop sharing the screen, right?
They fucking with me. They're giving me a hard time starting it up. With the Black Experience like page. Group page, the private group that we got, Shabbat.
Okay. And you trying to share it in there?
Yeah. Hold on, whoever's tuning in. Okay, I have to remove it, I guess. Okay. You're gonna have to add it back, Shabaka, so it can go on there.
Okay, I have to add what back?
You gotta link it to the group, the page, the group page. Sorry, viewer.
Okay, so I got
right now.
Okay, so what? So I go to present, right?
Yes.
Hit share screen.
No, not present. Yeah, we're live right now, ladies. Hey, no, not present, Shabaka.
Okay, what do I hit now?
You gotta go up to the top where it says where it's streaming at, and hit
streamers to. Okay, yeah. Where it says streamers to your audience, right?
Yes.
Oh, select destinations. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. I got to do the whole tutorial on StreamYard with Shabaka, but we're going to hit the clips now. Thank y'all for being patient with us.
Okay.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. About a woman on a day. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
all right, y'all. Grand risers. Grand evening. Greetings. I forgot what time of the day it was. Good evening.
Okay, and we live on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on the like page too, Brother Paris. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you see the avatar up there. We got twin out there, twin pyramid. Hey.
But, yeah.
You don't see the reparations now up there?
No.
No, you might as well just come with the way you was earlier. Yeah, because man,
smash the like.
Thank you, Deacon. Thank you for everybody that's tapping in. We're doing the most tonight, but we're gonna get it together. So thank y'all for tuning in to Shabaka's see, I'm already messing up. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 3, episode 8, part 1, or 38, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah, and I'm joined with my other host, Lady Che. And we have our West Coast correspondent in the building, Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the producer and co-host of. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income City. Go Broncos.
Yes. Oh, man, you and them Broncos, man, take them ponies back to the barn. This is Raiders out here, man. You know,
and hold on, Shabaka. We got our political prisoner, who is currently now in Texas, El Paso to be exact.
Yeah,
Greetings.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You know, so I commander there. Right there. And then also, too, we got our brother here tonight, you know, who's greeting us as well, too, who's going to be dropping a lot of knowledge there as well, too, Brother Infinite.
And we got one more guest tonight, Black family.
Who that?
Further ado, we have Cobra Commander, otherwise known as
Cobra Commander.
Our anchorman, who was a political prisoner as well, here in the state of Colorado.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so we covering
the revolutionary agenda.
Okay, so we pretty much got everything here, man. The Rockies to the west covered. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Oh, and by the way, too, and that crumb bum governor of California, Gruesome Newsom.
Abbott. You talking about?
Yeah. We're talking about two bum ass governors tonight, Abbott and Gruesome Newsom. Gruesome Newsom. California follow the example that Colorado did by taking
I gotta get to that. I gotta finish up the intro with the topic.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I have my damn tablet in front of me. Okay. So we got tangibles. Never can let up on them tangibles. This is a decade of tangibles. We're demanding something tangible for our vote. So in college, picking your vote, demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. The next topic is we finally got a verdict, a guilty verdict in the Elijah McClain case. Decided to convict the paramedics opposed to the race soldiers. So they've been charged, and was I wrong? Because Jeff Fart and crew decided to block me from their bullshit platform, talking about
it's garbage, bro. With them losing us is our game.
Hold on, Shabaka, hold on. And speaking of mothers today, let's give happy birthday to my mom. She turned 50 today.
Happy birthday, Mom, too.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Many more. Happy birthday. Happy solar return.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I let her know before we came on. So, Colorado, something about Colorado. Okay, so these coons out here in Colorado.
Right.
I just say that I was attacking Celine McClain, who is Elijah McClain's mother. Mind you, I know his grandmother. She lives in my father's building. And she's a really nice lady, but her daughter is a coon, a big old raccoon. And anybody associated with Jeff Farr, Roly Poly, any of them other Democratic shills, is bad news. So they had asked this coon mammy why she was throwing her fist up. You know what she said? It was to honor Elijah McClain. No, it was. You should have said, no, this is Black power. This is Black empowerment. That's what we would have said. We're going to break all that down because I got blocked from Jeff Fart's program and all this shit. And Commander Shabaka was the first to get blocked from his bullshit ass platform, but
because I call him the trick and the scrub.
And Lady Che gets muted every time she goes on.
So we did something right.
It's Biggity Black over here today with the dog because we were told to tone down, and we're like, tone down for what?
Right.
So we just over here
there's
the dog
no
is
white passes given
over
over there. There's no white passes. No.
Like the fuck your fucking feelings. We just Biggity Black.
Facts,
Shout out to Jay Militant.
Yes.
Yeah. Had a very good conversation.
Never let us knock you off the square. But getting back to the titles, so we got that, and then we got your boy. You were just talking about Shabaka, Abbott. Yeah.
Oh, Bud Abbott down there, great state catch. Yeah. We're talking about that.
He flies 100 migrants to Texas. Wait, no.
Yeah.
To
Chicago.
He flies them to Chicago, yeah.
He just flew.
And Black residents are tired of our resources, of their resources being stolen. And down
as well as they should be tired.
And then we got an update. We got 16 busloads of migrants have moved from Texas to Denver within 24 hours.
And that just landed. So that's what we're going to talk about today.
Okay, and then what needs to happen right there, Brother Che, is that the governor of that state, okay, or the mayor of that city, okay, needs to go out there, send a law enforcement agency man, and have them make a U-turn.
Yeah.
But that's too much like right. Yeah. They say, but that's too much like right. Because like what is Dr. Claude Anderson that told us 10 years ago, they're here to replace us. They're here to kill us. You see what I'm saying? And then this is what I was talking on a podcast earlier today about that. And I was going to go on another podcast earlier today because they tore down Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Hold on, Shabaka, we're not done yet. There's more topics. So we got that. And then we got Black Chicagoans say the Democrats, or that say they're done with the Democrats. The Democrats are done. And they vow to flip the city red for the 2024 election.
Yeah. That is I pray we just stay home. Chicago, let's just stay home. Go Black people.
And then we got Colorado Kiccs the dump as a human shit. And we want to make that.
We want to make that perfectly clear. Yeah, absolutely.
Off the ballot in Colorado and Texas.
And he got the immunity.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they did deny him the immunity.
So he had shot down like a fucking bad plane. Like just bam.
And Texas criminalizes illegal immigration.
Okay, that's good. Now I'm gonna tell you something.
Hold on, there's more topics. Okay. New York forms Reparations Commission to finesse Black Americans into voting Democrat. We know it's Democrats. Call them Democrats.
Right, that's what they are.
And 2024, and Cobra Commander calls them Democrats.
He's right. Yeah, the commander's right on that.
And if we have time on this part one, keep in mind this is part one. Lately we've been doing part 2s and 3s.
Salute to the commander.
And then we got Unhoused Neighbor News, which is my turn, and Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps.
Yes, sir. And there's some, and then of course too.
Shit up.
And out of the West, you know, there's some developments or misdevelopments on that. Is because that ragged ass Karen Bass out there, you know, who's the mayor, and we'll talk on that day as well too, because there's a lot of weird shit that's coming across California, which is only 42 miles away from where I'm at.
Well, what's the first topic, Perry?
That tangible. So this is a year and a decade of tangibles. Okay. Lady Chan's gonna take over for a sec. You gotta read the.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna take over for a second. That way, Jesse can get a break real quick, so then I'm distracted because we got him all over the place. He can't focus all the way, so he's gonna take like a 5-minute breather. I got it. I'm gonna go through the tangibles, and then after tangibles, we're gonna keep it like under a 2 minute.
Like McClain, you gotta go in on Medina.
Yeah. Okay. I got it. We're gonna keep it under 2 minutes, fellas, and when we could get some decorum, and we get through at least a couple of serious things before fucking Shabaka falls asleep on us.
Right.
So we're gonna do it. I'm gonna take over real quick and sit at the desk real fast and update y'all. Also, too, real quick before we get started, we must say this that we are being shadow banned on Blog Talk. We don't know if anybody else is, but we haven't been able to do like at least 2 shows for real.
Four.
Yeah, 3, 4. All right, 4. Thank you, brother. At least 4, and so it's been a real struggle. So now, and I thoroughly believe we should have our money back. However, it probably won't happen that way. We're just gonna manifest it. The thing is that we don't like being shadow banned, but we gotta get the message out somewhere. So we're gonna do it this way, and we decided to combine our forces and become one.
Right.
So
Well, the minister said put these 5 digits together. The minister did tell us over 60 years ago, you just simply bring these digits together.
Yep. And then now I'm gonna read through tangibles, and y'all know I read fast, so I'm just gonna breeze right through it. Okay. I was having fucking so sick. I would have been off camera already, but I did it. I got myself together. Right, you ready? Okay, here we go. Hold on a second. God damn, this is like big ass word. I'm all up close now. Where I'm back there, I'm a little back there. I can't read the font. Now I'm all up close. All right. Tangibles 2020. The 2020 presidential elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans, as us, are going to reject the 50-year-old benign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This benign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. 1 minute. Lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group, while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, especially right now, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation, disenfranchisement, of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically to foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles 2020. Now we in 2023, we still banging that drum. It's still hashtag tangibles 2023, and in a few days it's gonna be hashtag tangible 2024. And we're not done till we get what we accomplished, which is cut that check. Right. And no right more now. Studies. You know, cash payments, lineage based, with all that good shit that the Black agenda is really about. And if you follow the New Black Media, then you know what we're talking about. If not, we ain't got time
Black Imperial Army.
Yeah, we ain't got time to keep trying to drag people to the water of liberation. So let's stop right there. Thoughts, brothers, real quick.
I'll let the commander go first, and then let our guests go, and then me and Brother Paris come in on the tail end.
Okay, go ahead.
Commander.
I think you tapped
yes,
everything.
Black Imperial Army has arrived. I want my tangibles right now. I want it in the box. I want 50 million in the box right now. Federal Express to me. Don't play no games. I don't want the American dream. I don't want the American scheme. I just want American green. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, I want them blue bills all day, every day, for the rest of my life. I want a swimming pool in my backyard. I want a Lamborghini that y'all paid for. You heard? And that's my word.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll let him in. I got him.
Let our guest in, and let Infinite come on in.
Infinite, are you in the studio, right, brother? Okay, there you go. Go ahead, brother. What do you think about tangibles? What I just read. What's your thoughts on that? Brother Infinite, can you hear me?
Me.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Me.
What are your thoughts, brother? Tangibles. Oh, you coming in? You coming in?
Well, I really feel that it's very unique. I mean, seriously, you know what I mean? I think that what you said was accurate. There's no mystery to that, you know what I mean?
We're tired of the benign neglect, and as it goes, we're on this is an unapologetic Black platform. Only we're we're not content creators, message boosting over here for the new Black media, which is on a Black first agenda. We wanted tangibles, and we wanted specifically for foundational Black Americans, freedmen, those that are descendants of chattel slavery, and the foundation of America, Triple K. Shout out to Jesse Paris.
Yeah.
We want what we want, and we're not gonna back down till you say so. You know what I mean? But it's not in those days of them people telling us that it's white not say so. Those days are over. Cooning is definitely not happening over here, and you're gonna, we just don't tolerate that shit. And I'd probably say on this side, I am probably the worst one with it, because I don't have no tolerance for them folk. Period. At all. I don't even talk to her on a regular basis, and it seems bad, but that's bad for them. No, I didn't run nobody off. They in there. They right there. Just look at don't mind the numbers. That's shadow banning. What I was gonna say is, it's a serious message that the new Black media has instilled, and we got to stay on it. And we can't just keep wishy-washy, throwing ourselves into the alignment of agreeing with Democrats or Republicans who don't got Black people in mind. So
right.
That. Go ahead, Ramel, you're next, and then Jesse, and then Shabaka, and that's it. I'm just here. Go ahead.
Okay. It's on me?
Yeah, go ahead, Cobra Commander.
Okay. Yeah, check this out. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so we're talking about the tangibles still, right?
Yeah.
So talking about the tangibles, it's been long awaited, and many have debated, but now it's time for the raking. See what I'm saying? I'm trying to rake me some money, man. They need to cash the check. They got the money. Yeah, they paying Ukraine. Listen, they're paying Ukraine. All these other motherfuckers.
Right.
The Jews got the motherfucking master lot. You know what I mean? Right. They got the safe. Time to open that bitch up. I want the combination right now. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
The head. You know what time it is. We need that cash real fast. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
I don't want no excuses. I don't want to hear no reasoning. Time is up. You know what I mean? They doing it for the natives. My man Infinite told me that half the state of motherfucking Oklahoma is owned by the natives. How the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
It is. I've been through there, Mel. It is. Cause Choctaw,
the native
Cherokee. Wait a minute. It was about 5 indigenous natures that I went through, when I was there in Oklahoma, when I went and visited the Black Wall Street recently. Yeah, off of Interstate.
Yeah, them motherfuckers on half of Oklahoma, bro. You know
and
what I
they
mean?
owe reparations too.
If they could do that for the natives, then check this shit out. They giving 4-star motherfucking hotel reservations for immigrants.
Yeah,
who paying for that? Who paying for that?
Taxpayers.
Exactly.
Paying for the continental breakfast. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Well,
no, he's right about that.
Dr. Please was putting them up in them hotels like that.
Pay for the continental breakfast.
Yeah.
I want to know who's paying for the breakfast, the lunch, the dinner, because them motherfuckers they need peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Yeah, no.
They
complain. They complain. We don't want these sandwiches.
You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking steaks and shit.
They complain.
Big potatoes. You know what I mean?
Real black people had to fight them during Thanksgiving.
The immigrants, they don't even want to see another burrito. They're like, no, we need spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? We want steak. You know,
they complained, and not only that, during Thanksgiving, run that beautiful beef footage at the RVA. They was like they were fighting. Brothers were fighting to get an actual meal with these immigrants. They took over everything. They wouldn't even feed the black people in New York, and they were like, "Oh, we got to take care of stuff."
Okay, and see, this is the part, Lady Che, that pisses me off about these ass scratching, chicken pecking, no good black ass politicians.
Yeah,
the branding trick, you know what I mean? Is that they're so concerned, worried about everybody else. See, this is what the hell we mean, man. We're not gonna be marginalized like that. You get these black ass politicians like Karen Bass and them out there in Los Angeles serves every other motherfucker's cause, and then don't want to do shit for ours. Well, we gotta be all inclusive and all that. And that's why the damn congressional black caucus is
Hey Jay, I'm
Jay Milliken. Welcome to Jay Milliken. Appreciate it. Speaking of Jay Milliken.
Yeah, fuck them motherfuckers, Jay. We biggity black over here. That's like I said yesterday. I'm gonna go on my show and be extra biggity black over here. Because they want us to tone down. All right, I'm a guest over there, but you ain't gonna tell me to tone down over shit over here. Like just because they and their white fragilities don't mean I gotta tone down for shit. For shit. Like it's real shit. Why don't y'all tone it down? Y'all always try to correct us and shit. But those days is over. Over, brother. Over.
Yeah, greetings to Jay Milliken out there on the west. Out there by the gold.
Oh shit, what
man, that's
it's almighty something like that.
Yeah, it's almighty. That's a really
infinite.
No, it's infinite.
Infinite, yes.
Infinite talk, infinite sound horrible. Infinite sound like you coughing.
Call it what it is. I'm a black nationalist.
Extreme racist.
I'm a black nationalist.
We're black nationalists.
Black nationalists.
Black people can't be racist.
And we can't be extreme. We just got to be real.
Exactly, because you're in no political position.
We
I'm listening.
We're going to get some good black trouble over yours, boss.
And then keep in mind.
I'm glad to inform you.
Yeah, he cried that little pretend white tears over there.
And then keep in mind is that we are in no position economically or politically to implement any type of racism. We don't control no police department. We don't run fucking banks. We don't run no major corporations like Silicon Valley. So we're in no position to implement any type of racism. Now, all you other people out there that talk that bullshit like Joe Gibson and that ass scratching stupid ass nigga I cannot stand Bianchi. We're all the thing. Man, you kiss my ass on that. No, we ain't all the same. Bring your ass out here, man, next summer to Las Vegas. and come sit in the sun with me, and I'll show you other groups that we ain't all the same.
Damn.
Real. And I'm
he heard the game.
They need to cut the check already. Stop playing. They got reserves. They got Fort Knox. They got property. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you own the government, you got to liquidate some funds. That's what they need to do. If they ain't got the cash, they need to liquidate some shit.
Yeah, exactly. And then keep in mind
taxes something.
And then keep in mind that the Federal Reserve stole the money from the Freedmen's Bureau's bank after slavery. You see what I'm saying? When we had the Freedmen's Bureau Bank, the Federal Reserve came and hijacked that money. You see? And then keep in mind, and then keep in mind, you know what old Frogface said down there, 60 years ago, segregation yesterday, segregation today, segregation tomorrow. Old Frogface, the governor of Alabama.
Who is Frogface?
George
Wallace.
Oh. I was like, they gotta be ugly motherfucker for real. Frogface?
Oh, yeah, man. You pull him up, man. His face looked just like a frog. That's why I call him Frogface. And they rested piss, because he's down there.
Rest in piss and sleeping shit.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, remember the little baby Ruby Ridges down there. Little, kindergarten girl, going there to school, had National Guard protection. They talking about killing that little baby. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's what ticked me off. And then not to forget the black girls that was bombed in 1963 in September down there. The 4 little girls. And I think Spike Lee had made a movie called The 4 Little Girls dealing with just that. You see what I mean?
Infinite still on the line?
Yeah. I'm just sitting in the
Yeah, I'm still here.
Finish something, brother.
I ain't going nowhere.
What are your thoughts on the tangibles, Infinite?
Man, the most important thing to me right now, man, is freedom, man. Because when you incarcerated for 17 years, almost 17 years, and you look at the news and you look at the people that's inside the prison, they fall apart. They don't stand on their square. And the people who don't stand on their square, they fall victim, you know what I mean? And what I mean by that, they fall victim to the K2. They fall victim by losing their manhood. They fall victim by just actually going crazy, you know what I mean? And what I mean by literally going crazy is that they lose all sense of dignity, of hope, and they just helpless, you know what I mean? When I worked in the infirmary, it was a lot of people that would come through the infirmary, and I would actually see how the nurses and the LVNs operate, and I used to examine that and look at the whole story behind it, and it was just pathetic, man. So when you look at tangible, you really have to look at the people, you know what I mean? And then my job was to go to them brothers and try to elevate them and put them back on their square and tell them that it's not over. Right. It ain't over till the fat lady sing, man.
That's right.
And I use that theory, you know what I mean? And I helped out a lot of people, but some of them that you just can't save because they fell too deep. They in that hole and they want to stay in that hole. So that's very, very critical. And that's something that I'm gonna put forth in my book, you know what I mean? So, I love this show. I'm sorry?
I was just agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said I love this show because it's so plain and it's so thorough and it's up to date, you know what I mean? Because as I sit here and I watch the news, and even in El Paso, they pull them brothers out of cars and they killing them. You know what I mean? They actually the cops supposedly been found. They've been indicted. You know what I mean? So we seeing justice fall in part in America, man. and I'm glad to be. I'm sorry.
It's time for a reckoning.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. You know, to be here.
To your point, Infinite. Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. says that us that's on the outs, we're under confinement as well. When you go to prison or jail, you just go to a greater form of confinement. But yeah, it's all racism and white supremacy at the end of the day. It's got to be changed. It's got to be changed. It's got to be restored to a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody is mistreated by the color of their skin, and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner in all 9 areas of human activity.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
To you and Cobra Commander over there. Let me ask a question. It's a debate I'm having out here on my cousin's side of things. Would you consider that prison and where Cobra Commander is as a form of modern day slavery, like the public school system and like all the systemic shit that we got to go through? Would you consider that a form of modern day slavery? Because they'd be saying that the caucus would be saying that we tripping, and everybody who's locked up ain't in a form of slavery, considering they got to do all the work that we need, that we rely on now from the penitentiary, from the workers in the penitentiary. Because out here they make everything. They make license plates, clothes. They make everything. Yes, some of the food, dairy come from the prisons. You know what I mean? So shit. So like, would you consider that? Would you consider it? Would you argue against it? What are your thoughts, brothers?
Okay, well, the first
thing I'll get it off, Anthony. You start it off.
Hold on, Shabaka.
Yeah.
Well, you know, me personally, man, you know, the whole time that I've been in TDCJ, you know.
Go ahead, brother. We're listening.
Because see, they had a chain gang, and with the chain gang, you know, you get out there and you dig that dirt, and that was real crucial. They actually killed that because, you know, a lot of people was dying and things of that nature. But like you said, they make the clothes. They do the wood, they do the farmery, they do the chickens, they do, you know, even the pigs even have air conditioning. You know, they've been fighting for air conditioning for so many years that they give the pigs air conditioning because they make so much money off the pigs. And it's the inmates that actually take care of the pigs and the chickens. So of course, you know, I definitely say that, yeah, it is a form of slavery, you know what I mean? Because we don't get paid at all, you know what I mean? Now, I believe it's 5 states that don't pay inmates. You know, I don't know them by heart, but most states will give you some type of.
I believe it's all southern.
I'm sorry?
It's all southern states.
Yeah, basically mostly all southern states, they don't pay you a pot to piss in. So what inmates do, they steal the bleach. They steal out the kitchen. You know, they actually rob TDCJ. You know what I mean? That's how they make commissary. Because see, a lot of inmates, they get incarcerated. A lot of them don't get commissary. So what they do, they work 12-hour shifts and they steal. You know what I mean? They steal, you know, whatever they can to bring back to their dorms, and they actually sell it for cookies and cream and coffee and things of that nature. So, yeah, I definitely would say, sister, that it's very, very important that it is a form of slavery. And then at the same time, it's no discrimination, because you got all different people in here that they got the TDC number, and they basically in here don't have no food, and they actually are working 12-hour shifts and not getting nothing at all. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you can really look at that, you know what I mean? So, and then on top of that, when you get released, it even makes it worse, because if your finance is not correct, then just because you got that TDC number they're gonna move you to a different division. You know, like I was in District 7, now I'm in District 2. So they sold me to District 2. So that's basically the way it works. So now District 2 is getting money out of me, you know. So, you know, they move you around, but they do it in a political way. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the way it works.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, now if I may say something here.
Yes, go ahead, Shabaka.
Okay, first place, the things that you got to look at when you had the chattel slavery on the plantations, you know, that was brutal. Okay, now keep in mind, I'm not disagreeing with what you all are saying, okay, but I think that when we had the chattel slavery on those plantation systems, it was more brutal than it was on the inside. Now, with us, okay, now with us, if you ever saw a movie called In the Heat of the Night with Sidney Poitier, where he made this classic line, there are two types of time in jail, particularly in the South. You got white time and you got time, and the worst kind of time to do is colored time, which is just throw to that plantation system. You see, okay, so what it is though is that we as a people, we've got to come out of this all-inclusive bullshit, is because see, that's what is holding us back on our progress as a people. This ain't racism, this ain't hatred, this is economics, and it's just being real. Because see,
economics, it's education, it's entertainment, it's labor, law, politics, sex, war.
Exactly. And this is why they call it, okay, and this is why when you look at the words that they call it spelling, putting a spell on you. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely agree, you know, what these two brothers is talking about. But like I said, I'm not concerned about the Caucasoid. I could care less what he go through. I don't give a damn about him. Okay, look at him too. Look at that line, that's bitch Carolyn Bryant.
Yeah, rest in peace.
And look what they did to him and Till. Okay, so, but one thing that the white boy don't want to do, that white America don't want to do, is to come to the realization and be held accountable for his brutalization toward us as a people, rather if we were in bondage, in jail, you know, in the state penitentiary systems, or just in person. They just feel that they could help themselves to us in any morally degrading way as possible. Look at Hollywood and what happened. They got all these black women out here twerking, showing their asses.
Chewbacca. I gotta get my take on the tangibles, and then we gotta move to the next topic.
Okay, so we need the tangibles. Okay, moving right along.
Hey.
Go ahead.
So,
go ahead,
I'm just gonna let you know I got a listener on my end.
Okay. All right, cool.
Just to let you know, it's Lord Sincere.
All right, okay. That's it. That's shout out. All right, go ahead, brother. Shabaka with the tangibles.
No, me. I'm so
sorry.
Oh yeah. Wait, on the tangibles. Yeah, so on the tangibles, we need the tangibles all the way from 2024 all the way up to 2400.
Continue to manage.
That's it.
You vote,
and like I said, and every last one of them idiots out there like Bianchi, Joe Gibson, and all that, hey man, we're gonna keep it up in your face. Yeah, and then too, and on top of that, there too, we got to get rid of this house nigga syndrome. You see, that's the bad boss. You see,
yeah.
See, that's the main shackle of the chain right there, people. Is that house nigga syndrome.
All right, Shabaka, we gonna just go ahead with Jesse, and then we're gonna move into the thing. We gotta keep it short because we got the guests and topics.
Right. Keep it moving.
Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead, Jesse, real quick.
Yeah. So continue to man something tangible for your vote, Black family. Stop just voting just because the white-owned media told you to go out and vote. Vote because you have an agenda and a cause, and that agenda is reparations in the form of direct cash payments of $100 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2023, going into 2024, all the way up to 2100. And also an anti-Black hate crime bill. We are still the #1 victims of hate crimes in this country, and everybody else and everything else gets protected but us. How the hell is the ego more protected than us? And we are the foundation of this country. Hence why we are the foundation of Black Americans. So don't fall for the okie doke, Black family. The Democrats are in desperation mode. They want to keep us on the Democratic plantation, and we're not there. And we haven't been there in quite a long time on Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News. But the masses of our people have been there. And now they're waking up and realizing, quid pro quo, which is, if I give you my vote, I demand something tangible in return. So we've been beating the drum on that for the past 4 years, and we're going to continue beating the drum on that all the way up to 2100. So any petition coming your way, talking about you need to vote for me, you need to vote for me, demand something tangible for your vote. And on a side note, since we got the brother in the lockdown right now, there's certain states where you can vote, and our state is one of the states where you can vote, and that's Colorado. And felons can vote in the state of Colorado.
Why are you inside?
Okay, yeah. Now in the state of California,
okay, Paris for mayor.
All right, wait. Yes. Hey, that's over with. Man, come on. I'm gonna start this show real quick. We'll start the show. We're gonna write him in for president. We're gonna start the show, okay?
Okay. Now, also too, I want to say here in California, if you're incarcerated, you cannot vote while you're incarcerated, but you can vote, just as long as you're not on parole.
All right. Okay, real quick. I forgot. I'm sorry. The show. We're gonna start the show. We on our kids. Okay, so I gotta read it. It's called for Lisa Cabrera. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. All right, Jesse. All right, my fault. Hold on 1 second. My fault. Exit caravan. Exit. Okay. Where'd you put it? Well, where? You starting all the way down here? Okay, so you go down like this, yeah? All right, bet. Say less.
After 2 full days of deliberation and facing a holiday weekend, the jury considering the fate of the paramedics in the death of Elijah McClain appears no closer to a decision, and the judge today told them to keep at it.
Denver 7's Danielle Kreuter is live outside the Adams County Courthouse. Danielle, there was some indication there may be a split in this jury.
Yeah, the biggest development today is several jurors telling the judge they feel hopeless.
Jesus fucking Christ, Jesse! All right, we're giving an update to Elijah McClain. This is the final piece of this 4-year dramatic ass trial. And keep in mind, the mama already took the $15 million. I gotta say that was years back. Now we done went through the police getting charged, and a lot of things that happened in this last portion of the case, where a lot of contradictory shit had went on, and it found out that the paramedics actually had something to do with it and killed him. So, and it wasn't ketamine that actually killed him, and he wasn't on his whatever they were trying to diagnose the situation with, that they had to kill him. So hysteria. It wasn't that either. So now I'm just gonna run the actual final results, and then they just gave it to him. They just filed it. Look, break down the criminal charges against paramedics. It's the breakdown, and then you can pull the verdict. You got the verdict in there? I got the video on my face. Yeah, well, we're not gonna do that. We got okay. Anywho, so this is the breakdown of what they're being charged with. Everybody, so now you have a little context. There was a big fucking thing when Elijah McClain got killed. We were the whole city park.
It happened a year before George Floyd.
And so I mean, we shut down shit.
Sweeping under the rug.
We weren't having it. And so when we say the mama a coon, there's the mama a coon. But that shit is not that she when she took the money, she took the settlement money. That was it. That to me, that was what did it. Because that was like, forget, please don't turn up, like that kind of shit. You settled, you forgot, and then we had a fight to get these people up here to go to trial because they did something wrong. You killed him. He was just a boy, But we're gonna carry on. We'll break it down.
Deadlocked in their deliberations. Right now, it's not clear what charges or even which defendants the jury may be split on, but the judge reminding them it is their duty to come to a verdict, and they need to use the evidence and the facts to make a decision. So those jurors are still in deliberation right now at this hour. Meanwhile, I spoke to 2 legal experts today, not directly connected to this case, but they shared their perspective on what jurors are having to consider tonight.
It struck me as a very important case. I'm very concerned about police use of force, especially against people of color. And so I've been following it for that reason.
DU Law Associate Professor Ian Farrell has been following the trials connected to Elijah McClain's death closely. Now, the final criminal trial is focusing on the paramedic who responded that night, both facing charges of reckless manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide.
In order to be guilty of reckless manslaughter, the prosecution has to prove beyond reasonable doubt essentially 2 things. One is that the defendants caused the death of Mr. McClain, and the other is that when they did so, they acted with the mental state of recklessness.
Reckless, meaning to be aware of an unjustifiable risk that someone will die, but moving forward anyway. The standard is lower for criminally negligent homicide.
They merely need to show that they should have been aware. And the way that's framed is, would a reasonable paramedic in the circumstances have realized that this would put Mr. McClain at an unjustifiable risk of death?
Former prosecutor turned criminal defense attorney Jim Stanley says to prove that medical professionals ignored a substantial risk is a hurdle for the prosecution.
That's a hard thing to prove. I mean, these are professionals. That's what they have to establish. An unjustified risk. See, there's another adjective there. There's a risk, and we all know, everybody knows, in the medical treatment, there's always a risk.
For both charges, the alleged overdose of ketamine given to McClain by paramedics that night does not need to be the only thing that killed him. With no verdict heading into a long holiday weekend, it's something attorneys could be concerned about.
The defense would not want to schedule a trial where there's going to be any pressure on the jury to make a decision too quickly. So holiday coming up, to get 12 people to agree on something that this magnitude is huge, and it takes time. And you don't want just, okay, we got it, let's get this done.
Of course, anything is still possible tonight with those jurors back in deliberation. If they don't come to a verdict tonight, they will be back in court deliberating on Tuesday after the holiday. Reporting live in Adams County, I'm Danielle Kreuter, Denver 7.
I already got it in there. All right, don't say that the watch it.
Going now on what could happen to the defendants regarding their jobs following a verdict. Both Cooper and Chicouniac are Aurora City workers and therefore fall under the...
Hold on, say back to check. Okay, never mind. Which it did it on its own. Never mind. Which
guilty and convicted of a felony, they will be fired.
Yeah, but
if they
that's
are
not
found
on
not
us.
guilty, they could be reinstated with back pay. That's what happened in the case of Aurora police officer Nathan.
Are we on a conference call?
Are we on a month? He will be last month.
Whoever you got on the phone,
$200,000.
Corporal Commander, take them off because they're
a guilty verdict for the 2 paramedics charged in Elijah McClain's death. Both Peter Chicouniac and Jeremy Cooper found guilty of criminally negligent homicide, and Chicouniac found guilty of second-degree assault. The jury finding Chicouniac unlawfully ordered an excessive dose of ketamine, a powerful sedative. All of this as officers held the 23-year-old down in an Aurora, Colorado suburb, walking home from a convenience store 4 years ago.
My job is to stand up for what's right.
McClain's mother, Shanine McClain, Instagramming this emotional video ahead of the verdict.
What happened to my son that night was not about common sense, y'all. It was not about protocols. It was not about training.
Hold on. Go ahead.
So what was it about, Celine? Because you're talking about I was bitter and angry because I said that what it was, racism, white supremacy, white supremacist terrorism, police brutality, and police terrorism against your son.
Yeah.
It was not about protocols. It was not about training.
One of the paramedics about the moments after police placed McClain in his chokehold. They said they had to use ketamine because he appeared to exhibit signs of excited delirium.
This was more excited delirium than just an aggressive patient. Ketamine is the one drug of choice that we could use to help that.
But prosecutors firing back, making the case that ketamine was not necessary.
He was gasping and gurgling. He was pleading for help. A visual assessment was not enough.
Loved ones remembering McClain as a gentle soul who played the violin. Police had received a report about someone sketchy when they stopped him, but the prosecution said he was just walking home.
Stop. Stop. I have a right to stop you because you're being suspicious.
McClain's mother said he wore a ski mask because his anemia made him feel cold.
What this verdict really says to the general society, each person has to take accountability and be responsible for what their role is and how they interact with the individual that is subject to the search, the stop, or the seizure.
And you saw those two police officers in the video with McClain. Well, one of those officers was found guilty in this case and he lost his job. The other one was acquitted and returned to work.
Oh, fuck him.
As for the paramedics, sentencing date.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Where is he walking?
Hold on, Chicago. Hold on. We almost done. Let us get through the two victims, and then we'll give our reaction. So hold on. We're almost done. Hey, y'all messing my shit up.
The Attorney General is going to give brief remarks. We have the rules of professional conduct, which do not allow for questions afterwards until after sentencing. So we'll give remarks today. We'll put out a statement afterwards.
Bill Weiser.
Like what?
Since September, we have conducted 3 back-to-back trials to tell the full story of what happened in our department, improving policing, improving emergency response, and working hard to build trust between law enforcement, first responders, and the community they're sworn to protect. We all must do what we can to prevent these tragedies. Thank you.
Okay.
Hold on, we ain't done yet.
You go.
Okay.
You go.
This story is Shani McClain's story, and it's Elijah McClain's story.
This old raggedy ass.
I can only represent an echo of her story and his story.
Tokenizer, y'all.
But what I will say, when something happens to one of us, it happens to all of us.
Now it's all of us. Oh, this bitch is raggedy.
I watched as the prosecution delivered the truth about what happened to Elijah in 2019. The truth is now real, and it is available for the people.
It took 5 years down here for this.
I heard every side of this say that Elijah should still be with us. Elijah still being here with his mother is justice. God made a promise to all of us when he made Elijah. This young man had a spirit that was sweeter than any of us can ever even try to be.
No, you know, bitch.
Self-taught violinist, self-taught guitarist.
How's she know?
And upon his murder, he was mastering the oboe.
This bitch is wild.
Yes.
He was called to be a healer.
Right here?
So he went into massage therapy. And from what I understand, some of the Aurora police officers were actually some of his clients.
Yes.
He was called to be a healer.
Oh, from what you understand.
Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenblatt,
weird ass
Jeremy Cooper, Nathan Woodyard, Peter Chicouniac denied all of us the promise that God made to us when he made Elijah. They denied that promise to us. And the Attorney General said that the truth was told, this story was told, but there is a part of this story that we'll never know. We'll never know Elijah as the father. We'll never know Elijah as the husband. We don't get that story. So we are still seeking justice. The algorithm of justice are charges, arrest, conviction, and sentencing. Thankfully, in this case, the algorithm continues, but we do not know justice until we see sentencing. So, Judge Warner, you now have a responsibility. We are still seeking justice. And as this truth was told to the people, you have a part of this story that now you have to finish. Will there be justice?
Hey, where the cheers at, though? Where the cheers at?
Elijah is gone, but he is never forgotten. He has left a legacy for
Where's
me, for you, for everyone. And for those that are not able to see that an injustice was done, my heart hurts for you because an injustice was done.
This bitch, she thinks y'all.
And if you are disrupted by the justice that has been now, by the result of this trial, if you are disrupted by that, I will just say that I love you more than you hate yourself. Because a loss of life in this way
slap yourself 3 times
should disrupt all of us.
That's the shit Shabaka was talking about, right?
And as adamant as Shanine McClain is for justice for her son, you should share in that sentiment with her.
Did she share that 50?
You are invited to share in that sentiment with her.
Thank you for the money.
His name was and always will be Elijah McClain. We love you, Elijah McClain.
All right, if I may go on and talk, of course.
That fist was not held for anyone except for Elijah.
Oh, why she got the black fist?
So that fist was representative that we love you, Elijah McClain.
Oh, this bitch.
That's why he had a fist in the air.
Is it?
Okay.
That fist was not held for anyone except for Elijah. So that fist was representative that we love you, Elijah McClain. We see you, Elijah McClain. We will always and forever call the name Elijah McClain.
She got a shirt on that says "Shift the culture," but she's like, "Are you serious? Like, stop it." Yeah, her talking about the mammy culture.
Yes, on behalf of the Aurora branch of the NAACP, we want to thank the Attorney General's office and Phil Weiser for taking these cases on, giving Elijah McClain a chance to have a voice in his time in court, so that the story could come out.
No tears,
so on behalf of the
not
Aurora
a
branch of
fucking
the
tear.
NAACP, we thank the Attorney General's
What you
office.
talking about,
And
sister?
as we have
Not a
always done,
fucking
we
tear.
stand with Shanine McClain to continue not just to have justice in the courtroom, but to reform public safety in the city of Aurora and nationwide.
She got no
Thank you.
tears.
But she wiped her face, baby. Like
I know. But you're really doing something, man.
Okay. As I was saying, that woman
Just
Hold on, she was done.
Elijah McClain
Okay.
is alive. That's justice. Right now, we're part of a process of accountability for what should have been justice. So right now, we're still going through this process. It's the courtroom process and also continuing the reform that needs to take place so that there's never another incident, another murder like we've seen and witnessed with Elijah McClain.
Not a fucking tear in the fucking free world right now.
Excuse me? I don't want to get into sentencing or things of this nature. March 1st is the sentencing date, and we'll find out what happens.
Motherfucking ass.
Agency.
They don't want us to get spoken.
The responsibility that the judge has is to look at the law and ensure that the sentencing matches the punishment. The deliberation that he needs to go through, I wish him through it with diligence, with humanity, with honor. And this is now his legacy that he will be able to inscribe in history. So my expectancy is that we have a judge that represents humanity and that represents the laws that are supposed to be designed to protect all of us.
Cause no
that is my
fucking way.
expectancy.
Like, are you serious? You should not at one point did anybody mention the fact that he's black. He got killed by white people.
Right.
Like nobody said anything like that.
I'm a woman of faith, so I'll always hold faith. But I don't put my faith in the people. So with that being said, again, I will sit with expectancy that this is done the right way.
Damn. All right.
I don't want to be disappointed.
If anything happens, you don't worry about the people that come for you. Then.
Right.
But the law.
Janine McClain.
Oh, dumbass.
She's ready to go. Thank you all. Thank you all for the platform, for the opportunity. Never forget his name. Elijah McClain.
Yeah, you don't speak for us. You don't speak for us.
Okay, first
And
question.
you, there you have it, ladies. That is the enemy to our people. Now, once did you mention anything about being black?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this.
Taking over.
Nothing even about police brutality.
Nothing about police brutality. And she said she don't have faith in the people. We the people. She don't have faith in the people, and she hopes that the law do its job. Whatever the fuck it is that say, why do we say so? They go. You know how the do. Come on now. So if something bad should happen, God forbid, the people ain't gonna show up. People are not gonna show up, huh? Okay, go ahead, Chewbacca. What was you gonna say?
Okay, that there was the most piss poor ass excuse of acting that I saw. That raggedy ass bitch needs to go suck a dog's dick on that prefab shit. Them sons of bitches that murdered that man should be facing a goddamn death penalty. They knew what the fuck they was doing. Just like with that asshole Derek Chauvin knew what the fuck he was doing when he had his knee on that man's neck. Okay, see, they kill us with this shit. They had this country and its ethos, which is a group psychology, has no regard for black lives whatsoever. I mean, Mr. McClain, the man was a violin player. He was a musician. And based on the evidence that I've seen here on this case and of this man, he was a man of character. The police stopped him with no probable causes because those cowards that hide behind badges is that they got some hang up about themselves. Who knows? They probably got their asses whooped as kids. Who knows? They probably went and got fucked in their ass somewhere. So then they want to go out there and take it out on innocent people in the general public. That should not have happened to Mr. McClain, just like that should not have happened to Mr. Floyd there in Minnesota, just like that should not have happened to Mr. King out there in Lakeview Terrace in Los Angeles, or Foothill Division, just like it never should have happened to Deadweiler, just like it never should have happened to Eula Love, just like it never should have happened to Sandra Bland, just like it never should have happened to Breonna Taylor, just like it never should have happened to little Bobby Hutton. You see what I'm saying? Just like it never should have happened to little Tamir Rice, just like it never should have happened to Mr. Freddie Gray.
They're too long, no. Y'all listening? They're too long.
See.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jesse. Or actually, let's let our guest go ahead. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Mr. Infinite, is Mr. Infinite still with us?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still with you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. So, what is your feedback on that there, sir? What Lady Che and Brother Che just presented right there in regard to the murder of Mr. Elijah McClain.
Well, I mean, you open the doors to all the people who have suffered behind the actors not doing the right thing, man. The young man was actually walking, you know what I mean? And he explained to them, what to do, man, and their argument or their situation that they approached that man, it's heartbreaking, man, and it's to me it's pitiful, man, and my whole goal these days too, once I get out this situation, is to be able to talk to the youth
Right.
Oh, he's breaking up.
With the police, because in certain ways you actually deal with them, because you really have to not do what they say, but he actually did what they say, you know what I mean, and it still causes death, man. It's been situations where people called out for their mamas, man, when they was dying, you know what I mean, it's really heartbreaking, man. I mean,
there it is
to see it, but it's just reality. And and basically what she was saying is just, to me, is just them people need to be penalized, man. Period, though. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But like I said, sometimes justice can be frozen to 32 degrees, and it's heartbreaking, man. I mean, when you hear stories about this, I feel real saddened, but at the same time to the youth, and when they run into contacts with the police, sometimes it's just best to just sit down and put your hands up, man. I want no trouble, you know what I mean? And let me call my mother. Let me get some assistance. It's just crazy, man. But it's just sad, man. I just want to put that out there. I don't want to take too much time and pass the baton.
You're good. You're good. Thank you for staying within the 2-minute mark. We appreciate that, because we gotta heavy things since I took over real fast. All right, now I want to say this though. The little dysfunction here with me, Jesse, with that broad that gave a little speech. She had the audacity, let's say it like that, to be cooling and shit and cussing Jesse out, because Jesse was saying the truth, that this was an act of racial terrorism. These individuals killed this young man, and they were laughing about it. They're mocking. They were doing the most. We had a whole couple of days of protesting. People actually got hurt. There was a lot of shit going on.
Highway. We shut the highway.
We shut the whole highway down.
We police station.
And I don't remember, and I did this. I'm just gonna put it out there like this. I'm gonna say a hot boy statement, but I don't remember that broad out there during the protest, out there fisting it up. Right? I don't remember that.
Recall any of
And
that.
I don't remember, only in the last 2 trials did I see this broad. Now, however, she was there all 4 trials, and then when old girl settled for that 15 million. I don't know why she ain't showing she got it, because look real shabby, old lady. However, yeah, I ain't see this, but if you was there, you could really prove that shit, because we debunked old boy Terrence talking about he was there when he wasn't. So go ahead and prove that to me, and I'll apologize for my little hot boy statement. However, this whole fucking fist, black empowerment fist, you weren't black and empowered when you took that 15 million. Right. Then you submitted to that act. You were just there for the paycheck, because that's what it looked like. We ain't no Democratic shit over here. You took the money. You said forgive. Don't turn up and burn the city down. You just said words, but that's what it mean when you took the money. Yeah. So now that we went through all that, and they hushed you up,
so much ruckus in Denver and Aurora, they have to hush us up.
Yeah.
This was right in the midst of George Floyd.
Yep. We ain't got first with George Floyd, because we definitely weren't having it, and we know, everybody know how Colorado got down during that time. It was very ugly. Police were scared to come out their building. That's how it was. So I would say this, that bullshit ass motherfucking speech that Broad gave, like, bro, we saw you way back. You tripping, and whatever you're doing now is not a flex. And like I said, when you actually was co-signing some weirdo shit, Tay Anderson, and got Jesse took out because he keeping it too fucking black. You can't be black now. You don't get to pick and choose when you're going to stand up for the people. And according to you, you're not for the people.
Yeah.
So
Everybody.
you for everybody. You're inclusive for all people.
You let a white bitch
so
token on
you let a
you,
white bitch token on
and
you.
then get mad at us so you gonna get some money.
Yeah, and I don't even like you, sister. I don't like you. You're not even you one of them.
But
We
you want
think
a whole commercial.
yeah, you sitting on this bitch's couch or you let her in your couch.
Her sit on her
Oh man, that couch is real raggedy then. You had this bitch sitting on your couch. You had a whole white woman in your house. Just like they brought the white woman to Kwanzaa. Stop it. That's wrong on all levels. You'll bring the white lady to Kwanzaa and have her singing the Black national anthem when she run for fucking political office and she just touch you and pat you on the head and now you wooed and in love, holding her signs and shit, dancing on her stage. But when she don't fucking acknowledge you, you ain't got shit to say, but you got a lot of shit to say to us because we telling you not to let her token out. Go get your bread. Fuck them. They don't get to capitalize on our fucking shames. But you don't want to hear that because it's too fucking black, it's too real, it's too much. That's why you got all this shit to say. But that's why we were like, you ain't gonna say it to us if you see us.
They're not.
You gonna sit there and look scared. You're gonna act big and whatever, but when you see us, you ain't gonna say nothing.
Nothing.
So if it's really like how you say it on site, when it's on site, nobody did nothing.
Right.
You got fucking old weirdness in the corner, like clutched up, and you sitting on the same row as Jesse, but you ain't got that fucking heat in your heart to act on it. So stop it. Stop it. I'm the same all day, every day. You gotta tell me to shut up all day. Okay? You can't do that. I'm sorry, you can't be like this. It is. We wouldn't be making that speech. They would have to take the mic from one of us because we would get the city all fucking hyped up.
Yeah, we would have incited.
We would have incited some bullshit because that's just the way it goes. Used to be, it's not just for, yeah, okay, we're going to remember the boy. We're going to remember him, yeah. But what you was saying was some off-brand cool fucking shit.
Yep.
And you know
Democratic mammy shield
you
talk.
Straight mammy shield talk. And we ain't with it because those are enemies to our people. When you sign up for the fucking plantation and white supremacy and you do the acts of the fucking blue-eyed devil, you with them. You with them. And you can't accept it. Sorry, you're a little too old to change. You ain't gonna change because you're sitting next to the main motherfucking enemy to our people. A black man who is an enemy to our people. He can't decide one day if he's in power or riding the white pony to fucking whatever. Okay? So fuck that and fuck you. And that's what it is. And you know where it comes if you got the problem. But I'm just saying it. I'm just saying to you, you wrong.
We don't see you at Kwanzaa, bitch.
We're gonna see you at Kwanzaa. You'll be doing. You ain't got no rhythm. And you ain't too straight. Stop it. You gonna look at me like you looked at me last time, banging my own drum because they won't let me up there to play on the African drums because of my light skin. But this light skin is still darker than you. Stop it. Stop it. You do this all day.
Like I said, Lady Che, in regard to all that, just had these brain dead motherfuckers go look at a film called Band of Angels right there. 1957, starring Clark Gable in it, and that there will settle all that shit right there. Go see a movie called Band of Angels. You know what I mean? See one called The Imitation of Life. You see what I mean? Yeah, yes. And then the part that kills me on this bullshit right here, okay, is that they still had that syndrome of that color schism of the plantation system, right? But look at Malcolm X, look at Huey Newton, you know what I'm saying? And also still look at Stokely Carmichael. Still look at Frederick Douglass in that time.
You know what really shuffles my little feathers is that these fools be like, they want to always talk about our ancestors, but our ancestors that gave all this real education for our people were not Cooney.
Right.
They only want to highlight the ugly sections, but they never really tell the truth that when sometimes we might make a statement that might look like Cooney, but at the end of the day, was you really, when you play the whole speech out, was it really Cooney or was it not? You know what I mean? But we just thought the whole speech, that bitch was Cooney. Democratic.
Yep.
Use an enemy for our sisters.
Yeah. And then on top of it, what the woman should have been saying is they need to have them motherfucking police officers in jail, in the general population, walking the concrete with the rest of them. Oh, well, his life might be.
They just gotta enjoy their butter biscuits.
Yeah, and don't you know? Don't you know that anytime that you in jail,
all those are
your life is at risk.
I would have said Black Power.
Always.
I mean, she was just like, it's just for him. It wasn't for him. But excuse me, bitch. That fucking power fist is for black people. Right. It represents the people. What the fuck you talking about? You just basically took us back like fucking 30, 40 fucking generations. Or 30, 40 fucking decades. 3-4 decades. That's what I meant to say. 3-4 decades. You know what I mean?
Actually, Lady J took us back 55 years.
There you go, 55 years. I meant to say, I was looking at 30, 40 years. I was hyped up, man.
No, 55 years. because I'm looking at it, that 1968 was 55 years ago, and that is when John Carlos and Tom Smith raised their fist up. And Dr. Carlos, who was a graduate of San Jose State University, right down the street from PayPal headquarters, he stated that he did it in 1968, and given the same circumstances, he would do it again in this Dayton era. Mm-hmm. And they stripped him of his gold medals, him and Thomas Smith. Yep. You see what I mean? Okay, and keep in mind, it takes a lot to make it to the Olympics. It takes even that much more to win a gold medal. Look at what the former heavyweight champion did in 1960 when he got back to Louisville and they wouldn't serve him downtown. He took that damn thing up and threw it in the fucking river.
Oh, right.
You ain't gonna get them to confirm it, but yeah.
Was I right or wrong? My assessment of the situation.
Shit, Jesse, man, you was right because of that. First of all, we gonna blame anything. This from me over to the Farge show. Mr. Farge, you old fucking son bitch. Listen, check it out. You went on the word of some old fucking weirdo that ain't got no job anymore. Old fucking Tay Anderson. He got a problem. He instigated that shit. He instigated it in the chat. He instigated it on the live, and everybody fucking followed old fucking Meridian or Median or whatever fuck her name is. Right? I know her name. I ain't gonna say it right. She don't get that kind of respect. Whatever the fuck her name is, old cooning ass motherfucking mammy and shit got all that fucking vitriol in her bloodstream. Real live mark. Like, check this out. You went and that ain't even your bitch, cuz that ain't even your wife. You went in there and you fucking, based on what the fuck she said, blocked him out. Well, he came back from Africa now that you're black again. He came back from Africa, right? Then you want to go and act like you miss Jesse over there bringing up some old shit. No, Jesse can't comment on it. So you bringing up shit that really, would incite Jesse to get a little excited in your chat room just shows us that he was right and you miss him. You just don't want to say nothing. And everybody who's talking about it and addressing, these are for the people that are in their feelings about this. Yeah, goddamn right. Why? Because we actually cared enough to stand up and go protest, stand behind some shit, only to get shat on when you took the money. That right there was made us black folk over here like, why do we even protest? Right? It ain't just because you did that. That's an act of submission. Like, you just go ahead. Please don't get don't start no problems. Don't be acting up. No, cuz we gonna burn this motherfucker down. Another black person died with kidney, right? But you don't want to hear that. So you try to simmer the shit down. Well, when you took that money, you took that $15 million, you submitted to them. And that shit was a shit in everybody's face who went out, put themselves in harm's way with the police and every other person who wasn't on that level are standing up for Elijah McClain. Your mama a real one. You is a coon, Miss Lady, the mother of Elijah, but your mama a great lady. Your mama a real nice lady. Yeah, Linda the Black Panther, that Black Power, and that lady a real one. She's a real nice lady. So I don't know where you came from, but it must be on your daddy's side. But you was a real mark. and you want to act like, and you have these little Instagram fucking speeches and shit. Man, come on with that bullshit. We see you. We see all of you. We know this, and it's fucking whack, and we just gonna keep it pushing down to the next subject.
Pretty much.
McClain got some remnants of justice.
Finally, they told the truth that they killed him.
They acquitted the police, and one of them fucking pigs is back on the force, by the way.
At the same place.
What you're covered down on a previous
Yeah, like check this out, family. If your family got killed by an officer, and he then go back to work at the same fucking department that they killed him at, I mean, wouldn't you feel some kind of way? Would you not protest to have that motherfucker shifted off to, like, I don't know, wherever fucking cops go? You know what I mean? Not the same department, the same city you live in.
How are you gonna? I mean, how the hell are you gonna go up here and be a friend with a motherfucker or acknowledge a motherfucker that killed you?
How the police gonna hire him back? Let's talk about that. How the police gonna hire him back?
Okay, well, see, then that's the fault. Then that is the fault on the chief administrator of that city, which would be the mayor and the police chief. And both of those no good sons of bitches need to be hauled into court. They need to be charged with murders because they co-signed that shit when they rehired that son of a bitch. When they stood there and did every fucking thing for him not to get convicted. You see, so that's when the justice system does not work. Is that any time when the state goes out and commits murder, okay, particularly when there was no probable cause, okay, and then the sons of bitches who are responsible for yanking a chain on that bastard, when they don't do their job too, those sons of bitches need to be charged with conspiracy to commit murder all the way down from the goddamn mayor's office to the captain, to the lieutenant, to the watch commander who work at all of them, because that's the system. Yes, sir. That's the system.
And I get blocked for saying that they were all complicit in his murder. I get blocked for that. I'm attacking his mother because she was trying to gaslight me, like, just let it go. I moved past it. This and that. Like,
oh no, man.
She
used foul language, and everybody know I cannot stand when people talk to Jesse a certain kind of way. I don't know why. I just can't leave it alone. But you'll see me jump bad, real bad.
I didn't call her out her name. I didn't do none of that. Somehow I get blocked.
Ain't nobody gonna talk about folks like that.
We see Brother Paris, as you know, just like what we're going through with Blog Talk. Okay. You see, nobody likes it when you speak against a popular version of what is true. And I'm talking about, like, these are people who do not believe that shit stinks, okay? But you know it does, and you're saying something, well, hey, this shit is stinking, okay? But these brain dead motherfuckers, you see what I mean, are sitting there going along with the program. You don't want to break the protocol and all that. Now, I understand in some situations where your ass better not break the protocol. But when it's flagrant, blatant murder like this here, what happened to this man right here in Aurora, Colorado, just like it was flagrant, blatant murder when they killed Sandra Bland, just like it was flagrant, blatant murder when they killed Breonna Taylor. And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Okay, now, Malcolm X, he tried to go to the United Nations, okay, to bring human rights violation charges against the United States. Okay, he was planning on doing this here in the middle of 1965, but we all know that Brother Malcolm didn't even make it through to the spring of 1965. Okay, but then when we bring up, these issues right here, they look at us like we're crazy. They look at us like we don't know what we're talking about. But at the same token, we're supposed to go out here with this bullshit and sympathize with a grown fucking man with a 5 o'clock shadow putting on woman's clothes, talking about that he's a woman. Man, you on my head and telling me it's rain. And that makes me very, very fucking angry.
Yes, I concur. But getting back to the Elijah McClain situation over here,
Yeah,
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, those were my thoughts on Elijah McClain. Yes, sir.
All right, cool. What we're gonna do is go to the next topic real fast, and this is Governor Greg Abbott flies 100 migrants to Chicago. Black residents are tired of resources being stolen, and apparently, right after that, we're gonna go into Black Chicagoans. Right, hold on. Gotta keep it on the same thing. It's Chicago. Then us. See how the cue's running? Okay, gotcha. All right, so then it's gonna be we're gonna run through the Black Chicagoans, say the Democrats or whatever, and then Chicago's mayor, Brandy Johnson, and representative, they're gonna go into that. We just stayed on the Chicago tip for real quick, and then we're gonna move into Colorado if there's still time before that. We'll see what happens. So I'm gonna start this real quick, and then we'll give our take. We'll try to breeze through just the facts, and we already know what Uncle Bill did. But
we're gonna go back to Chicago, and Governor Greg Abbott, he had Operation Lone Star, where he was sending buses to Chicago and many other self-proclaimed sanctuary cities. He said that he wanted to give relief to the border towns. Now, I know about the border towns in Texas. I know people personally that live in the border towns, and they are overwhelmed with migrants coming in there. So I do understand why Greg Abbott is saying, hey, do you want to be sanctuary? I'm going to send them to you. Well, remember Brandon Johnson said that, okay, you sending us some buses? Well, now we're going to start figuring out a way to impound these buses and go on and try to stop Governor Greg Abbott from sending all these buses of migrants of Chicago. Well, Greg Abbott, he has decided to take it up a notch, and he decides to do something else. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Families, many with young children in tow, mount the stairs of a state-chartered flight from El Paso, Texas to Chicago Tuesday evening. But this was no luxury experience. The plane sent by Texas Governor Greg Abbott, whose office provided this video, touched down at O'Hare's signature terminal. One mother who was on board explained, she said there was more than 100 people on board, and we were all like, what's going on? They left us here, deserted. By the time Chicago officials even knew the migrant flight had touched down, the city said 2 unidentified individuals who flew with the plane reportedly fled signature flight and left the scene in an Uber prior to the arrival of police. Already strained Chicago older people are furious.
It is despicable. It is inhumane. It's un-American to see that coming from another state. And I think the president needs to intervene.
Governor Abbott claimed responsibility for the charter flight, saying Sanctuary City Chicago started obstructing and targeting our busing mission. Texas will now expand our operation to include flights to Chicago. Until Biden steps up to secure the border, we will continue to provide overwhelmed Texas border towns with much-needed relief.
As you clearly heard, that Governor Greg Abbott took responsibility, said, okay, if you're going to stop me from sending buses to Chicago, I'm going to start sending airplanes of migrants, and let's see how much you're going to stop that. Now, once again, if Biden really wanted to do something about it, he could. When you fly, you have to get clearance from the FAA, and he got clearance to fly that plane from, he said, El Paso to Chicago. So it doesn't matter what any of them say, no matter how much they gripe, Biden is good on what he is doing. Unfortunately, because Biden is playing politics and an agenda, the citizens are suffering no matter where they're at, whether in Texas, having to deal with that crisis forever, people in Chicago, people in New York, etc. Well, recently on December the 14th, they had a city council meeting with Mayor Brandon Johnson. And there are 2 people that actually got up to spoke that we want to highlight, because these are Black Americans who are in Chicago and has to live through this and really what's happening on the ground. Because you could talk about Greg Abbott sending them, that's one thing, and you definitely had that conversation. But Greg Abbott isn't in charge of you keeping Chicago a sanctuary city status. Greg Abbott isn't in charge of you blocking the citizens from having a vote if they want Chicago to stay a sanctuary city. He's not in control of that. All this complaining you're doing, but yet you won't in sanctuary city status. That's what I want people in Chicago to listen to. Brandon Johnson and those aldermen complaining all day, all they have to do is end sanctuary city status, and Greg Abbott will not be sending them no more. But their so-called values says that they're going to take in 1 million to 2 million. It don't matter. They'll complain about it, but they'll take them in anyway because they're supposed to be a sanctuary city. Now, we know sanctuary cities came in, definitely Chicago in the 1980s, but you have to understand, America just in general has a lot of outdated things. Very, very outdated. A lot of laws are outdated. Even the Constitution in a lot of ways are outdated because you have to understand when they signed that Constitution, we were on the plantation.
Exactly.
Right? So we know today slavery is wrong, right? So even the 13th Amendment that says we shouldn't, nobody should be a slave, yet they backdoor and says if you are a prisoner, you can be a slave to the state. Now, we all know slavery, no matter in what form, is wrong, right? So there's a lot of things that need to be updated in this country, but unfortunately, we have people in this country who are literally relics, and they don't want to update anything. So this is why you have a 21st century problem, because even the corporations got to update their policies, update their rules, etc., because of the changing times. You understand? So sanctuary city sounded great in the 1980s, but in 2023, going into 2024, that's not really viable now. You understand? So I want you to hear this brother here. And I want you to hear exactly what he has to say. He's an elder in the community. Now, if all our elders spoke like this brother right here, we wouldn't be in the position that we in. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Illegal. Yeah. Call ICE. Send them all back. Waiting across the Rio Grande and don't obey our immigration and naturalization laws. And watch my minutes, because you should have it up here and over here, because they steal my minutes. We are the only people in America that was enslaved in America. We're not immigrants. We're not migrants. Listen. We are the only people enslaved in America. We didn't come over waiting and looking for something. And when we came over, we did work. But it was free labor that built this country. Black labor that built this country. White power. And to see another group come over here, it's disgraceful. It is un-American. And these rules that you have, the rule, who made these rules? When did our ultimate vote for these rules? When did the people have time to participate in making these rules? And one of you all came over to me, Mr. Blakemore, we got little children. What about the black children in the ghetto? We got to make a future for them. These others will move them out. Move us out, and they come in to compete with jobs, goods, and contracted service. A historian Carl Anderson said that they have a negative effect on the black community. Reading is fundamental. I don't have to love nobody but me. Self-preservation is the first law of nature. And these black ultimates, I urge you to vote no.
That's what always saying.
Because aren't you black?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you black? Don't you live black? Have you experienced the suffering that our people have gone through and still going through it? Having another group to come up in line and get it up.
Yeah, church in the audience, tell them.
You got the right one on this mic. You got the right one. Mr. Blakemore, we got children here. Now, you be respectful. I am respectful, and I'm advocating for the black children, because you all trying to gentrify us out and you in for jobs, goods, contracts, and service. Who do you think I am, or who are you? If they clap, I can say boo. If they clap again, I can say boo. I'm strictly advocating for black people. And call ICE on them. Trump, come in here. Clean this mess up. The most corrupt city in the United States is the city of Chicago. And that's not my...
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore, for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore.
Well, Mr. Blakemore, he was definitely fired up. Now, look, let me tell you something. You know the message is getting out there, ladies and gentlemen. Every talking point Mr. Blakemore was saying, that is, don't come from the boule.
Right.
It don't come from Joy Reid. It don't come from any of those types. That conversation he had verbatim come from the grassroots, the black media on this side.
Right.
You understand?
Yep.
He hit every talking point that we are not immigrants, because we're not. When they try to say, oh, black Americans left the South and came to the North, some, not all. Trust me, it's some. The majority of black America is proven. The majority of black people still live in our ancestral homeland, the South. It's only a small number that was scattered and went in a great migration.
Yeah.
And how do you immigrate from the South to the North? There's no immigration. You're not going to a different country, a different government, a different system. It's the same country, same government, same system. That's like someone living in South Africa and they move from Cape Town and then they move, let's say they go up there to Johannesburg or something. Did they immigrate from the southern part in Cape Town? It's the same freaking country, right? They trying to do everything they can, these Democrat shields, to try to put us in the same line with people that have nation states, that have embassies in the United States of America, right? They have their own passports to these nations. That's why we never can be equal to an immigrant, because we don't have a nation state outside of America.
Right.
We don't have black folks don't have an embassy.
No.
Where do we come from? Now they say, oh, well, you guys came from the continent of Africa. Okay, where at then?
Right.
There's no nation state right now in the continent of Africa and say, hey, they all came from here. And if you come back here, the moment you step foot in the airport, then we're going to take you to immigration and we're going to go ahead and get your citizenship going right then and there, because you go ahead on and come back home. Right? We don't have that. So what are they talking about that we're like the immigrants? If something happened bad in America, all the immigrants, they can leave and go back to their homeland if it got bad in this country. You know, y'all watching the movie like Leave the World Behind, all that sort of thing, and you know, if they would have some power grid that will go down or some war or something happen in this country, those immigrants would be fighting a thing. They'll be on the first thing fighting to get out this country through a plane or crossing borders or whatever, because how they got in is exactly how they were doggone get out. And they got a place to go. Black America don't have a place to go unless we get ahead of the curve and figure out, okay, let's make sure all my family have passports. Let me make sure that I have a place somewhere in case something go down, I can go. If we don't think like that, we don't have nowhere else to go. Right. So no, we can never be in comparison to any kind of migrant, immigrant, etc.
Right.
This brother say we built this country, right? Which is the truth.
Yeah.
Immigrants can't say they built this country from scratch. Nope. They can't say they are the foundation of this country. Nope. They can't say they innovated this country. Nope. They can't say that. I'm not saying the immigrants didn't work in it. I'm not saying they didn't do a couple of things here and there, but I'm talking about what we have done. No, they Johnny come latelys. Period.
Right, Uncle Phil.
Now I know because the clip that they kept showing, because you know over here we're gonna look into things a little more, was the part about when he said we need to bring Trump in here and clean this up. That's the only part they kept clipping, but they didn't play the whole clip that I played for y'all about this brother. They didn't want to play that because they don't want that message out there where black folks are saying this. Chicago is corrupt. Brandon Johnson and the Democrats are corrupt because they don't want the sanctuary city status put on the ballot like it should be put on the ballot, so the people can decide if they want to be a sanctuary city or not. I don't want to hear talk from Brandon Johnson complaining about migrants and you won't get rid of sanctuary city. You playing games with the citizens. Now let's get to our sister here. You got another sister that's going to come up and she's gonna follow behind our brother here. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Good morning. My name is Loran Lawrence, so that all of you all know that I am representing multiple communities. Let's start with Brighton Park. Let's start with Alston, and let's also go with East Morgan Park. All of these communities that I have been out there with them protesting for these unsanctioned rights that has been going on here is just crazy. I'm going to get started with a few things since I got 3 minutes. Number one, I'm a native to Chicago. I was born and raised here. I've seen the changes. Don't let the age fool you for how I look, because I've been here a long time. I have seen things just transition as if a lot of people are not important here. I'm not for the sanctuary city. And the reason why I'm not for the sanctuary city is because people have waited years to come in here legally, not just transported on these buses, dropped off in our neighborhoods, raise of crime, almost got hit several times just making it down here today. And this is ludicrous. There should not be two sets of laws. Also, the West Side and the South Side Black communities have been earmarked for having funds. Never seen it. We're still waiting on those funds to come into those communities. Brandon Johnson, many people stood behind you. They feel let down because the day you came into office, which I believe was May 15th, you already had signed an executive order. Now, whether it came from Governor Pritzker or whomever that directed you on this, is it fair to these communities that have been waiting for years? You said you're on the West Side, but you should know what's going on over there as well. Let's also talk about the things that I witnessed about crimes that are going on. Also, just watching my neighbor hook up electric. Okay, why reroute the gas, burning grass on the lawn? When are you going to have our neighborhoods cleaned up? And when are we going to get the rights that we deserve? I'm not against anyone coming in here legally. I want to say that clearly. But for those who have not, they don't top us. They don't go before us. We're not last in line. $9,000 going to illegals, but those who live here have not gotten funding yet. Many people homeless. My husband is a veteran. Now, you know I got a heart for that. But we got a lot of these on the street. And I also have been one that worked in food pantries, also helping people who are on the streets. They need to be taken care of. They need to stop being neglected, because if we don't have a voice here, we will have a voice out there. And those aldermen who are not caring, okay.
You know, that sister brought a good point. It isn't fair to the people who have went through the process legally to become a citizen of this country or get a residency. It isn't fair that these people get to jump the line. It isn't fair that they don't have to pay anything. Mm-hmm. It isn't fair they don't have to pay no taxes, but yet they get to pull resources from, America. Then you dropping people off in black people's neighborhoods, which black folks don't have resources as it is. They trying to squeeze juice out of a turnip, in our neighborhood. But as the sister said, you giving them $9,000. I say every citizen in Chicago should be at City Hall talking about, hey, Brandon Johnson, I need my $9,000 check, brother. Right. I need that, because if you can give it to them and they won't have to pay no taxes, then surely I need it, because I've been paying taxes in this city for a very long time, and I got rent to pay just like everybody else. Now, this situation, because you got to think about it, this situation is where it is because the Democrats and Brandon Johnson refuse. They don't care, even if it hurts the migrants themselves. They say they don't have the facilities to house the people. All you have to do is end sanctuary cities at status, and this stuff can stop. But the Democrats have an agenda. And it's not an agenda of the people. You have to take care of your people first. Right. In other countries, and I travel to them, you know who's more important? The citizens of their country, not foreigners. But in America, they prioritize everybody else except the American citizen. There are so many American citizens that are getting so upset in how this government is moving with
Chewbacca.
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 Yeah.
All right, we're gonna pause right there. Let you out. You want your last thoughts on the what they talked about? Final thoughts.
Yeah.
We're gonna let you out.
Yeah, okay.
Next clock picking like you're doing the nasty, cause it's so rhythmic.
Well, well, they don't call this place Sin City for nothing, you know what I mean? But however, though, he was talking about just like, with the reparations. That's why that is so very, very important. Okay, you got these naysayers, none of you niggas, were born into slavery. Bullshit. You're still dealing with the elements of slavery. Okay.
Brother, what's the name that Ramel had on? Infinite. Our brother Infinite down there in El Paso.
Exactly. Yes, sir. Exactly. Yes, sir. And it's just bad down there. Is brother still with us?
No, he dropped off.
He dropped off.
We get him coming on.
Yeah, we're kind of
sharing his experience and story.
Hopefully, he come back tomorrow. We get with the what is it, Cobra Kai? I mean, Cobra Command. I'm playing with my twin, man. That's the anchor man.
Yeah.
Morel, understand it.
Okay. Okay. Is the commander still with us?
Negative.
No.
Okay. All righty. Okay. All righty. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, here at Frontline Black News, they're doing their damnedest to shadow banners. They're putting all these hurdles in front of us. It's because they cannot stand this truth. And guess what? We really do not give a fuck. Okay? We really don't. When we look at this low quality, high budgeted bullshit that you put on here, you see what I'm saying? Like sick ass motherfuckers like, what's that trick's name, Brother Jay? Joshua want to go off into the woman's restroom.
Yeah.
Joshua standing up there arguing with the school teachers. I'm going to call him by his pro name. And he up here wearing women's wigs and a beard. And you motherfuckers always want to just see black men with this shit. What in the entire fuck is up with that? Well, see, we are.
Our dads call us hypocritical because we don't want to see it.
Exactly.
We tolerate for only a little while to get stupid, and we don't want to be tolerant of something that's disrespecting us.
Yeah, and we appreciate Jason and Militant, you know what I'm saying, for having us here.
Yes.
Yeah, for having us up here on this platform, allowing us to get our message out.
Oh, you're talking about Black Sun. Yeah.
Shout out Black Sun at the Arena and all the platforms go with him. We
absolutely.
Shout out for the MP.
Yeah.
We have got to mention that because that's some good brothers over there. Really
of course, for the one and only Mr. J Dizzle, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then also too as well too. Now see what it is here is what's going on, man, with this Bud Abbott. Okay, these damn eunuchs of black men that they call black mayors. I'm gonna start calling them tricks eunuchs. Okay.
You talked about that.
What?
Yeah, they're eunuchs. But Brandon Johnson, brain dead motherfucker right there in New York, house nigga you had there in Denver, them is eunuchs.
Yeah. They go trade up. We ain't heard shit from him since he left.
Yeah, Miami living his best life.
Eunuchs.
Did you hear Jesse say he said he out in Miami living his best life?
He's asking Miami to let him loot. What now?
Just that, I said, we ain't heard shit from Hancock since he left. And just here there, like, he out in Miami living his best life. And I was like, the way he said it had me.
Oh yeah, it probably is. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if a good bastard was out here in Sin City. You see what I'm saying?
Left the office.
Yeah, you see, and these atypical black politicians, you know, and then you know Sheila Jackson Lee, you're disgusting. Maxine Waters,
Black staff got fired. Fired,
yeah.
None of his black staff.
Yeah. All of them were relieved.
I got fired, but he left the white ones.
Yeah, he left the white ones and fired all the black ones.
Okay, yeah, that's about right. You know what I mean? That's about right. And then the cold part about it is, you see, is that they're so hung up on this white supremacy shit, is that they think it's the norm, and it's not. And these bastards still have not learned from fucking history.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? And then they have dummied down. They have dummied down our black youth. You see, they have dummied down the second generation after me, not the generation after me, but the second generation after y'all, after them. So that there would be the ones who was born in the 1990s. You see, they have dummied you brothers and sisters.
Know where they can find you, where they can reach you, and what's happening with Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Okay, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We're about to announce formally that we have moved over here, you know, to this platform right here on the StreamYard. Also, too, we are going to be following on this situation with Blog Radio. We are also reaching out here to other black platforms, which we have who's experiencing the same thing. And then the next move is to see if we can go up here and see these bastards. Okay. It's because I did a test this afternoon, Brother Che, and you was the first one that I hit, man, when I did that video, man. It was the same old bullshit. That same old bullshit. Oh, we having technical problems. So I called up another podcast who was on. Then I heard that idiot Pianki. I told Pianki what I always tell him and hung up. He said, you know. But Pianki is Pianki, you know, because I believe Jay Vellington or Blackson is familiar with Pianki. You know,
Blackson is.
Yeah. So my regards to Pianki for now on are two words. Fuck you.
Yep.
No, good show, man. I said what I said ago.
Okay, but the thing is, though, is that we have got to get us an economical base going on, Black family. We have got to go up here and start counterpunching these motherfuckers on an economical basis. You see what I'm saying? It's because our very existence. Exactly. Well, of course, Brother Trey, because our very, very existence is dependent upon that. Mm-hmm. So, of course, you know, I will be reaching out. You know, the new Black Power Radio down there in South Carolina, you know, because based on, you know, our conversations with them, they experiencing the exact same duplicated stuff that we're going
through. Yeah, they set up an all-black content creator.
Right. About that time, though, that the Coon Awards comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's about that time that they do the Coon Awards.
Oh, so that's why they're doing
it. Yeah.
I nominate Jeff Farr.
I nominate
Okay, nominate Jeff Farr. Okay, I second that nomination. Karen Bass, I nominate her.
Tim Scott.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he deserves the Golden Globe of the Coon Award. That's the Coons right there.
We owe reparations, but didn't say who we owe reparations to.
Right.
Or Sheila Jackson Lee, you know what I'm saying? May she crumble.
Martin.
Oh, yeah, definitely Roly Poly Martin, you know what I mean? And this is why I like Dr. Phil, who comes on here with us, you know, Phil Scott. Because he tells the truth about Roly-Poly Martin's ass. And the cool part about it is, people, is that Roly-Poly Martin used to be pro-black, but guess what? Got him. Yeah, they got to him. Yeah, I'm talking about 25, 30 years ago, man. Yeah, they got to him. They got to him. You see, and keep in mind to our audience out there, this ain't something that we play with. See, we don't do this shit for no hobby. We don't do this shit, you know what I'm saying, because we like it. We do this, what we do right here is because we recognize the effect that our very lives could be snuffed out on the moment's notice with these sick-ass race soldiers up here.
Yep.
You see, this is why they don't like us. This is why we get hate mail. You see what I mean? You know, then we got individuals, you know, who come up to us, man, and then, well, you know, the Irish and all that. Man, you're on the wrong goddamn platform.
Fuck all that. Them motherfuckers try to bring that shit up on Jay Militant's show earlier.
Oh, no, see, no, fuck them in that.
Why should people that just arrived have to pay for this? You benefited from it.
Exactly.
All over the world benefited from black people in America.
Oh, yeah, you did. Rather directly and indirectly, you still fucking benefited from it.
Yeah, and I'm tired of hearing that motherfucking speech. Well, we here, it ain't got nothing to do with us. That happened a long time ago. Well, we gotta pay because you benefited from it, even regardless, ancestors or not. I mean, you did. Your lineage, your people, wherever they come from, have directly or indirectly fucking benefited off of it.
No, you're correct on that. Yeah, that logic.
Everybody on reparations, including the Native Americans.
Yep.
Shout out to Vicky Dillard.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a shout out there to Vicky Dillard. Yeah, okay, because we had Miss Dillard on Shabaka's Black Experience in there.
Yeah. Shout out to this sister out here, Vicky Dillard, and she dropped a hard ass education just the other day. Remember when I was sick and they had the pest control come in and spray the apartment?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. We did not have Vicky Dillard. I take that back. Yeah. That there was Rosa Sparks. I'm making a correction. That was Rosa Sparks. But however, we are reaching out to Ms. Vicky Dillard.
Yeah, I feel like if we get, numbers, they have feel confident to reach out to this sister because, she got a lot of good viewage. But I don't feel like, we just little fish right now over here. We're still building up our viewage. I don't feel comfortable yet. And I don't want nobody make me feel bad because, we don't got
No, Lady Che, Lady Che. We building. Yeah, we do have an upward swing.
Like 5 years ago.
Yeah, we are having an upward swing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And most definitely we appreciate Jay Militant and them. You know what I mean? For coming on there and what have you on a great show.
What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant?
Yeah, man. Jay Militant gave he was giving a little class today.
He said, where the lie at?
Yeah, a little educational class about some shit that, he was so passionate about. And then it like, a little later, we got a little excited. Well, I didn't say we got a little excited. I was just not going to let it go. So I can't be controlled sometimes. I just not gonna let it go because I don't think white people should tell black people to calm down or tone down their blackness, and that we should feel privileged by going on they shit. When it's in reality, it's not that way at all.
That's just it though. See, that's just it though, Lady Che and Brother Che. We're not gonna be silent so these motherfuckers can feel comfortable.
Exactly.
Right. So
straight up.
Assholes. They're trying to shame us. They're trying to shame us to feel bad about standing up and being standing up in blackness, period. I'm gonna have it. I don't care how many audio clips motherfucker make and say anything. I'm pretty sure the people that we like to listen to us really are not gonna say that I'm wrong by telling you, fuck no, and hell no, that ain't gonna happen. You're just gonna get worse. In fact, now that you had the audacity to say something stupid like calm down.
Turn up even more.
Yeah, turn up every more.
Exactly.
Just because
Exactly.
I don't want to tone down. Why should I? I'm comfortable with myself.
Right.
Hey, shit. Just because you feeling fragile and emotional and you don't like
Right.
don't mean I do. I don't feel fragile at all. In fact, I feel majorly fucking incited to keep giving you fucking fire.
Right.
Burn up. Burn up.
For the rest of the clip, or
it's over. That clip is over.
That's it.
Okay, no, we can keep on moving, man. I think I got a couple of more rounds left, you know.
Yeah, we're gonna move to the next one, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so we on the same Uncle Phil thing. He gave the basics, he broke it down.
Oh yeah. We got to hear Uncle Phil.
Everyone,
Yeah.
This is Latasha Blanton from the Real South Africa Travel and Tourism. And you're going to have the opportunity to travel with Phil Scott to
sunny South Africa.
Yay!
You guys want to get an opportunity to talk to Phil, hang out with Phil, and get his views on Africa and South Africa.
I want to
You're
go.
also going to get an opportunity to explore the lifestyles here that are available in South Africa. And we're going to do all that for you in an amazing 10 days. We do hope that you go to the website and book.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Whoa.
Should I think over there for like a little minute?
Within the last couple of weeks or months, we've been hearing a lot from the Black residents of Chicago, and specifically that of Mark Carter, who has been very instrumental in speaking out against the migrants going into Chicago and taking up all the resources, right? Resources away from the Black community. Now, recently, I did a video about him and others saying that they want to have a conversation with Trump. They invited the Republicans to go and speak with them. Now, this video I'm about to show you, it was actually 3 Black gentlemen on there, but Mark Carter, I'm going to show you his segment where, you know, he and the other men were at a homeless encampment. They were talking about the issues that Black Chicagoans are facing, of course, homelessness and all of that. And they're basically saying we are paying to be homeless because a lot of, people pay taxes, right? And so you're paying taxes. But the money is not going to help you. It's actually going to help other people or helping other people that are going into Chicago. It is said that by the end of this year, if not more, it's going to be about $300 million allocated toward helping the migrants in Chicago alone, right? And so Mark said this. Check it out.
American citizens, American children who are already struggling academically. You're going to bring in a new group of children, a new group of people, take those resources away from Americans to accommodate this new group of people. That is going to make the children going to fall further behind. Unemployment is going through the roof. Poverty, crime. This is going to impact our communities across this city to the point to where violence, murder, robbery is going to spike. Not just with Americans, but also with these people coming here. 3,000 illegal immigrants are living in this factory, almost a half a block long. And this is going to transcend into public housing. They keep saying that there will be no public housing for illegal immigrants. That's not true. So we pay to be homeless basically now as United States citizens. We're going to flip Chicago red. The Democratic Party is done in Chicago. And that's a fact. By summer, you think it's a lot of them coming in. You watch the uprising of red.
So as you saw, he was talking about the issues that will happen due to the resources being taken out of the Black community there in Chicago, talking about crime. And also he talked about earlier youth not being able to read and things like that. And so another gentleman saying we need to divest from big government. We need to divest from the Democratic Party and everything else that has held us down, right? Now, going back to Mark, he says the Democrats are done here, right? We are going to flip Chicago red. Good. Now, when you flip something red, that's a political term, right? Or blue, that means it's either going to go toward the Republicans, which is red, or it's going to go to the Democrats, which is blue. Now, traditionally, Chicago is a blue city. Illinois is typically a blue state. And so he is saying here in Chicago, we are going to flip it red. We're going to give it to the Republicans because the Democrats have been thumbing their noses at Black people for the longest, even to the tune of, well, we're not going to help y'all. We're going to help the migrants. We're going to help them get everything they need. We're going to build them weatherized tents and We're going to make sure they get vouchers and money and just everything. We don't want them to be uncomfortable, right? Even though they've seen they being the politicians there, Black Chicagoans uncomfortable, having to sleep in, cold weather, the trains. Even we've done videos about that here. Black Chicagoans sleeping on the train when the weather was 15 degrees. They didn't have a problem with that. All of a sudden, they got to comfort the migrants when they are fleeing for whatever they're fleeing from. I'm not saying that they're not fleeing for persecution or anything like that, but they're coming over here and they're getting help immediately, right? It's like almost overnight. And in a lot of cases, entities, politicians, things, they're demanding more money to help the migrants, but they're not demanding more money to help American citizens and specifically Black people. And so I agree with Mr. Carter. Yeah, it needs to be one and done or 52,000 and done because, Black people, we always vote for the Democrats, but it just needs to be no more. The Democrats do not deserve our vote at all. And if we don't believe that, just look back in the last couple of years when Joe and Kamala went to the White House. They went with the help of Black people. And they have almost like purposely done everything else for everybody except for Black people. It's almost like they're like, okay, we help Black people? No, we're not going to help them. No, we're not going to just help. That's Kamala, right? It's almost like they purposely are ignoring benign neglect, right? Y'all look that up, okay? But that's what it is. They're reenacting or implementing benign neglect to Black people. We'll just ignore them, pretend like they're not here, or help everybody else. And if they get mad, so what? What they gonna do about it, right? But as they said in this video, we need to divest. We need to do for self, as they say in the nation, right? Marcus Garvey, up you mighty nation, accomplish what you will. We need to do those things. And then I believe politicians, everybody else will take us a little bit more seriously, but I think they're going to start taking us seriously now because they're hearing more cries for us to divest from the Democrat Party, right? Just stop voting for them. Let the migrants help them. But we know that's not necessarily the case because for one, migrants can't vote and their community, let's say Hispanics, they don't typically vote overwhelmingly for the Democrats. They're more conservative. Now they might, the majority of them might right now, but a lot of them, enough of them do vote for the Republicans. And so there's not enough of them voting for Democrats to actually help them to where they can totally negate Black people. Exactly. So again, I agree with him. And because I agree with him that we need to divest from the Democratic Party, I'm not saying I'm pro-Trump because I feel like I have to say that because some people, they lose their minds, right? We are saying, think about other options. There's other options out there that we can, look to and see if it'll be better for us. But we don't have to keep voting for the party of oppression, the party that we put in office, but turn a blind eye to us. So anyway, before y'all go and invest in AfricanDiasporaNews.org, where we have built an app just for you so that we can be free to be us. We don't have to worry about being censored as we are on a lot of these other platforms that are owned by other people. Our app is Black owned, and again, it is just for you. So anyway, in the meantime, tell me what you think of this, and for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, the Demetri.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, the Democrats have found a new boogeyman outside of Donald Trump. So who is this new boogeyman they all speaking about in unison? It is the governor of Texas, my governor, Greg Abbott. Now, we're going to first show Brandon Johnson, mayor of Chicago. He has came out going in on Governor Greg Abbott about what's happening in Chicago, and he's laying the blame on him. So we want to get into that. We'll also get into Sister Girl Jasmine Crockett, since she's the new spokesperson for the Democrats. It's sad that Kamala isn't the spokesperson for the Democrats. She is the vice president, but you're going to send out Jasmine Crockett to do something that Kamala should be doing as a vice president. It lets you know they have no faith in Kamala, but we'll get into her as well. But we're going to get into also what they're not saying. So let's go ahead on and hear what Brandon Johnson has to say.
They're showing up sick. Do you hear me? They're showing up sick. The issue is not just how we respond in the city of Chicago. It's the fact that we have a governor a governor, an elected official in the state of Texas that is placing families on buses without shoes, cold, wet, tired, hungry, afraid, traumatized, and then they come to the city of Chicago where we have homelessness, we have mental health clinics that have been shut down and closed. You have people who are seeking employment.
Did you ignore?
The governor of Texas needs to take a look in the mirror of the chaos that he is causing for this country. This is not just a Chicago dynamic. He is attacking our country. The sensibility and the civility of our country, he is undermining that.
That is, y'all favorite mayor, Brandon Johnson. So let me get this straight, Brandon Johnson.
Oh my God,
Greg Abbott is attacking the country. So he is an enemy to America. Now, we're not going to talk about how you, sir, and your alderman block the citizens of Chicago from voting if they want their city a sanctuary city status. So, Brandon Johnson, let's go ahead and just re-educate you a little bit. How did Operation Lone Star happen? Operation Lone Star is a program that was created by the Department of Public Safety here in Texas, and they gave about $4 billion to this particular Operation Lone Star. Now, Operation Lone Star came because for a while, when Biden got in office, Greg Abbott kept calling him and said, hey, we got all these people showing up at the border. We don't have the resources to take in all these people. For months and months and months and months and months, Greg Abbott called the president of the United States, which he has the Homeland Security, he has ICE, he has Customs, he has all of that, Border Patrol. He kept calling Biden. Biden did nothing. Biden said nothing.
The borders are
for decades. Texas has been one of the states that migrants come to, and they a lot of times stay in the border towns, or they come up here to the Houston area, Dallas, San Antonio. They kind of do float around, right? For decades, it's been a migrant crisis in Texas. Greg Abbott said this: okay, since Biden won't do what he's supposed to do, no problem. What we're going to do is we're going to bus these migrants to sanctuary cities, who has a policy of saying that they're not going to turn in people who come to this country illegally. So what Greg Abbott in the state of Texas decided to do, Brandon Johnson, was to send buses of migrants to sanctuary cities like Chicago, sanctuary cities like New York City, sanctuary cities like Los Angeles, California, sanctuary cities like San Francisco. He sent them to DC. He sent them to Denver. He's been sending them everywhere because these cities have sanctuary city policies.
Yep.
Texas is not a sanctuary state. Even Illinois say they're a sanctuary state, right? So he's sending them to a sanctuary city, Chicago.
He said,
and even though the residents that live there say they don't want their city to be a sanctuary city no more, Brandon Johnson, you speak out both sides of your mouth. Because if you really cared about the city of Chicago, if you really cared about even the migrants themselves, you claim you don't have the resources for them. So to help the migrants themselves, you would end sanctuary city status, say, hey, we don't have the funds for you. We don't have the facilities for you. You need to go over there and talk to the president and holler at him, because I'm not here to take care of you. No. And Brandon Johnson, not one time did you say anything about Biden. Have y'all noticed that?
Yep.
He says nothing about Biden. It is Biden's responsibility to secure the border. That's his responsibility. It's not Greg Abbott's responsibility to secure the border, or any governor along that border. It is the president's job.
So he can make them pay.
We didn't have these issues and problems during the Trump administration. We didn't really have those issues and problems. But when Biden got in here, it was a free-for-all. It was an open border. And now you want to complain. What are you complaining for when you just block the residents from voting? Now, I was just watching a video on TikTok, and Oregon actually got a great provision in their, constitution where the citizens could put up, different, they want to do laws or different amendments, etc., on the ballot, and they can't block them from doing it. That should be all over the country, not just Oregon, but all over the country.
We sleep.
That is anti-democracy when a city council can block the citizens from voting on something they want in their city, their state. That is not democracy. That's authoritarianism that you claim that all of you are against.
Because it's powerful.
Now, let's talk about Operation Lone Star for a minute when it comes to Biden. Operation Lone Star been going on for a while. Let me ask you a question. How come Biden has not instructing his Department of Justice to file lawsuits and stop Greg Abbott?
Yeah.
Have you ever wondered that? Why the whole time that Biden has not done anything to stop Greg Abbott doing what he's doing? Because the moment he did Operation Lone Star, he could have filed lawsuits and stopped it right then and there with the Department of Justice. And Biden hasn't done anything. So Brandon Johnson, once again, you're complaining on Greg Abbott, but you didn't say why Biden didn't stop him the moment he got started. Why is Biden continuing to let him and not say nothing with the DOJ? Why isn't he saying anything about him shipping to these people all over the place? Why? He could have stopped it a long time ago. Because you know why he's not saying anything about Greg Abbott? Because Biden is okay with what Greg Abbott is doing. That's why he's silent. And that's why he's not giving y'all no resources. Eric Adams went over there 11 times, he said, and he haven't got a single resource because Biden is okay with what's happening. He's okay with what's going on the border. He's okay with it. He's okay with Abbott because he's not doing nothing about it, sir. He's not doing a thing.
That's right, Uncle Phil.
Now, ask yourself that question, Brandon Johnson, or anybody else who's just around. How come Biden hasn't put a stop to it? He could have stopped it very easily. He stops everything else when he doesn't like it, right?
Come on.
So Greg Abbott is actually doing what Biden really wants him to do. And then politically, he didn't do it, but he can say, oh, look at Greg Abbott. Look how horrible he is. Look what he's doing with the migrants. While we have an open border policy, letting them in, but Greg Abbott's the bad guy. Shouldn't be Biden the guy be stopping them from coming in? And then Biden was talking about the wall and Trump's so horrible. Then now Biden's building the wall. And then he won't say, well, there was some money appropriated for the wall and I can't interfere with that. Really? We really was supposed to believe that? You had no problem with the wall. You just want to run off at the mouth to get votes and make people think that you was against Trump about the wall.
That's all.
Because listen to Biden over the years.
Oh, Uncle Phil.
He has more racist thoughts than Trump could ever have. Seriously, over the years.
Yep.
He's the author of the 1994 crime bill.
Facts.
He's the one wanted black folks put in jail no matter what. He wanted black folks in jail 85% of their sentence and made sure in that crime bill that billions and billions and billions of dollars was going to the states to incentivize them to build more jails and to hold black folks longer. That 1994 crime bill that Biden helped author instituted recent mass incarceration of black Americans who was going through what people call today a health crisis with being addicted. That was Biden did that, not Trump. So, Brandon Johnson, you're not going to blame Biden. At least Eric Adams I respect him that much. Well, he's pointing at Biden. At least I respect him on that. I told you, I respect Eric Adams saying that. And that's why Biden's angry at it. That's why. He's very angry at him. And you see what's happening to Eric Adams right now, too, right?
Yep.
Now, let's go it on. And we're going to come back to Brandon Johnson because it's all part of it. Let's go to Sister Girl. Sister Girl Jack.
Yeah. I was right there. Chewbacca.
Shabaka, your clock is giving us that grown vibe again.
Checked out for the night,
All right, we're gonna let Shabaka out and let him take his little night nap, to sleep and then his good dreams. The clock is gonna put him to sleep in such a rhythmic fashion. So we're gonna go ahead and let him out, and we'll see him tomorrow for another episode of the Frontline Black News Part 2, and we'll probably most likely I can get through it. We're gonna go ahead and drop an REA, and it's gonna be heavy, so we're gonna come with that in the morning sometime, hopefully early. So we're gonna bid Shabaka a good Black night's sleep. Oh, there we go. You hear me talking out low and shit? Well, I put on the voice because it's going with the clock. We're gonna bid you a good Black night. Let you out. See? Okay. We're gonna let out Shabaka. We'll see you tomorrow, Shabaka. Good night. Sleep well.
Good night, Shabaka.
Black power. Peace. All right, you gotta get about that. How do you get about the studio?
It's 3 dots.
The 3 dots, yeah. Oops. They said so rude too. Kick for a studio. We're gonna just let you out. We're not gonna kick you out. We just let you go night night. Good night. Good night, little cat. All right. It's the inside joke. Y'all gotta be there. Thank you for still watching. The 4 little eyeballs that are in here. We thank you very much. Let's go ahead and carry on because it's about to get decent with this. Jasmine Crockett, another motherfucking mammy, Democratic shit. We don't do shit for Black people.
Jasmine Crockett is running off at the mouth. She's talking about
she got a daddy
Greg Abbott. Okay, fine.
The love,
but I want y'all to hear what she has to say about the new law in Texas, SB 4, that was just signed into law that gives Texas law enforcement the ability to arrest illegal immigrants and have them deported from the state of Texas. I want you to hear what she says about SB 4. Let's roll that.
Look at somebody like Greg Abbott, my governor, and his solution. His solution is to basically say, hey, we're going to kill people that are trying to come in. Like, that's not a solution. Like, the Republicans don't have the solutions. They want to continue to defund the aid that is going, not the aid, but they're continuing to defund border security. Well, I mean, who's going to sign up for this job and you're not paying worth anything, or a court system that doesn't have the resources that they need?
So as you heard sister girl Jasmine Crockett, she says that Greg Abbott wants to, and I quote, kill migrants. This is what she said. Now, if you don't know anything about what happened with that law, what brought it up, you're like, oh my God, a sitting governor is trying to do this to people? Lord Jesus, what kind of tyrant is Greg Abbott? See, she's using the same old Democrat fear-mongering politics that's based on lies. It's based on lies completely. Now, they're complaining because Greg Abbott had put razor wire at the border. They put these buoys in the on the Rio Grande trying to come into Texas. And these buoys got like some sort of like razor in the middle of them and all of that. They say that a few people have lost their lives trying to cross and got caught up in those buoys and all of that, right? But if you come to America and go through the legal channels, go to the right immigration, have a visa to come, you don't go through all that. You have air conditioner, you have snacks if you need it. You have nice immigration people to welcome you to the United States. You don't cross no razor wire at all. Because even when you come back from a trip, like I just came back from a trip, I have to go through immigration coming back into my own country, which is kind of ridiculous. But I got to go through immigration coming back into my own country. And I'm a citizen of the United States. Now, of course, I go to Global Entry. I went to Global Entry the other Sunday, went to Global Entry, took my picture, went up, me and my wife went up to the counter. They say, oh, okay, where y'all coming from? We say we came back from Costa Rica. What y'all brought, with you? Brought it in, asking questions and all of that. And they say, okay, all right, you good. Say, see you later. But we're questioned coming back into our own country as American citizens, which I don't think we should be questioned. Personally, I don't think we should. But that is the law. So if I come back into my own country and have to go through immigration, and guess what? When I went through immigration, there was no razor wire. There was no buoys. There was no dogs. There was no nothing. It was just myself, my wife, and the immigration people. That's it. So if you come in that way, whether you're at Bush Intercontinental, Hobby, Airport here in Houston, whether you in Dallas going through their immigration, San Antonio, wherever airport you land in this state that has immigration, you are going to have a comfortable experience. So the people that's trying to come in is not going through those channels. They're trying to go through a channel that's not legal. Now they're saying they're trying to file asylum. Well, you being poor and not having a job is not for you to have asylum. You know what I'm saying? That's for wars. Last time I checked, there's no wars in Latin America right now. Open wars, right? Mass, what's going on? Like, for instance, what's happening on the other side of the world with Israel and Palestine. Now, those people were close by and they tried to come. Okay, that would be considered asylum. If you're not dealing with that kind of situation, then it's not asylum, bruh. Well, I'm getting persecuted. But you pass up so many Latin American countries and you couldn't file asylum? It doesn't make sense. There's plenty Latin America. Matter of fact, once again, I just come back from Costa Rica. Peaceful country, peaceful people. No issues, no problem. They're literally passing up, the Venezuelans and all of them passing up Costa Rica, which is peaceful, don't have no problems, no issues. They passing up Costa Rica. I'm not saying all of them should go to Costa Rica. I won't put Costa Ricans getting on me. But what I'm saying is you're literally passing up many Latin America. Panama is another country, peaceful country, right? You're passing up all these countries to come to the United States. It's not about safety. It's about you purposely coming up here because you want free stuff.
Real empty.
Then let me play, because Sister Girl Jasmine lied. So Greg Abbott wants to just take the life of migrants, okay? Let me play what he said SB4 is about.
Biden's deliberate inaction has left Texas to fend for itself. The goal of Senate Bill 4 is to stop the tidal wave of illegal entry into Texas. It creates a criminal offense for illegal entry into Texas from a foreign nation. For repeat offenders, it creates the offense of illegal reentry with a potential prison sentence term of up to 20 years.
So did you just hear how Jasmine Crockett lied? Did you hear him say anything about that law is going to take the life of any migrant?
Right.
That law, according to what they're saying, right, is basically you come into the country illegally, so they're getting at you. Now, let's talk about Black Americans. We cannot break the laws of the United States.
No.
Any law, any ordinance, anything, Black Americans are jailed. We are jailed even when we're innocent. And Jasmine Crockett, if you will sit up there and defend Black folk, the only thing that you're doing, because you're the new shield, you're just a new face and new shield, right? Jasmine Crockett is up here trying to get you to vote Democrat. She says she's riding with Biden.
Riding with Biden.
Right? I don't know if y'all saw the Breakfast Club interview that she recently done.
She holding hands.
Even though Charlemagne, I had to give it to him, he was pressing her pretty hard about, man, maybe y'all should get another Democrat to run. But no, she's with the agenda, with Biden. She's with it. They sent her out there, as I said earlier. So this woman literally lied on MSNBC on Greg Abbott. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, if you don't like Greg Abbott, no problem with me. If you don't like Republicans, definitely no problem with me. But don't get on national TV talking to an audience and straight lie like that. Come on now. That woman should not be taken seriously after hearing that. You don't lie on people. And she knows exactly what SB4 is. She's in the state of Texas. She knows. She knows nowhere in that bill says you catch them, you take their life. It's nowhere in that. Now, could it be struck down? possibly, because immigration is under the federal law and not state law. But I think they knew that. I think they want to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court and see if they can have more of a chance of it possibly sticking with a very conservative Supreme Court. So I think they did this in anticipation of it going to the Supreme Court, because they're going to fight anything that goes through. And immediately they already filed a lawsuit against this law. The law don't supposed to take effect until March of 2024. But Brandon Johnson, Jasmine Crockett are not laying the blame with their boss, Biden. You understand?
She loves
Brandon Johnson. Everything else is Abbott, and not Biden.
Right.
Democrats, let me tell y'all something. Y'all, the lying, the shifting of blame, all of that, that's not going to work anymore. Right. That's not going to work, because we all see you, and we see you in real time. See, unlike Jasmine Crockett, I won't lie on her. I'll play what she said. Right. You understand? I won't say she said something and she didn't say it. I'll play it. If Greg Abbott says something, I'll play what he said, because you need to know exactly what he said. Brandon Johnson, I don't want to lie on him. I want to play exactly what he said. And on top of that, he's saying that migrants are coming over and they're sick, some of them. So if during the pandemic,
we just got to take care of it.
We shut down the border. We shut it down. Countries throughout the world shut their borders down. Well, since we already had a global pandemic, we don't know, since you're admitting, and New York said the same thing, that they're dealing with tuberculosis and all kind of other different sicknesses is coming in that way. How do you know you may not have a major outbreak of something in New York City or Chicago?
Yeah, they got
Brandon Johnson is saying that they're sick. Measles. He's saying it.
Yeah. That's like you see measles.
So shouldn't you be telling Biden, hey, maybe we need to get the CDC involved in this too and find out what's going on with the health of the people coming in? But he's not going to do that. He's going to continue to say Greg Abbott, and not Biden. And this is why Democrats will lose. Because you're not honest with people. See, at one point in time, Democrats, you could have lied to us. You could have lied and got away with it. And for years, you were getting away with a lot of the lying, right? Mm-hmm. But today, we have a way to play your words back. We have a way to research in real time. Yep. And the lies you used to tell and you can get away with back in the days where it was just ABC, NBC, and CBS, don't work anymore. You live in the age of knowledge. And that's what's frustrating a lot of the Democrats, because of the age of knowledge. They mad at TikTok, a lot of them. It's not TikTok, it's not the problem. You're mad that people are getting information in real time like this on TikTok, and you don't like it. You don't like people is organizing boycotts, like the big boycott they organized against Starbucks. Starbucks, you know, they lean left wing, and Starbucks lost $12 billion. And a lot of that information got spread to even boycott Starbucks through TikTok. So these lawmakers try to put in laws so you can't boycott Israel or something like that. I'm like, well, how are they going to force you to spend money with a corporation? You can't force nobody to spend their money. There's no laws to enforce that. You can't force anybody. So what's happening with Starbucks right now, that's a fear of corporations that people will boycott they behind. And I've been saying a long time ago, if you really want to hurt these corporations, you boycott them. Like Dr. King showed us a long time ago. Economic boycotts is what get their attention. You could call them names. You could say they discriminatory. You can say whatever. Until you bring, like Dr. King say, economic pain, they're not going to hear you. See, Starbucks, they're going to cave. If people keep up this boycott and they lost $12 billion, they're going to cave and say, hey, whatever y'all want, we're going to do. And trust me, if Starbucks will cave like that eventually, because if y'all keep it up, they will. It's going to send a shockwave in all these corporations, is going to follow suit and cave. The people don't realize you have more power. These politicians don't have power like that. They have power when you don't flex economic boycotts, flex your muscles on either sitting it out or voting for a particular candidate to get people out. Like Brandon Johnson, he should, like I said, I can't vote in Chicago at all, but you better believe if I had to be, living in Chicago, you better believe I'll be voting him out. As a matter of fact, all them aldermen that voted against the people voting about sanctuary city status on the ballot, all of them, they will be voted out because that's anti-democracy. That is concerning. That is real concerning. And you go into a very dark place in America when you don't have democracy, right? But they want to sit up there and call Trump the fascist. They're saying Trump going to destroy democracy when Brandon Johnson and those aldermen, who are all the Democrats, have literally destroyed democracy in Chicago. But you want to blame Greg Abbott? Greg Abbott didn't destroy democracy in Chicago, did he? Did he, Brandon Johnson? You got the nerve, Brandon Johnson, talking about Greg Abbott when you're actively preventing democracy in Chicago. Y'all need to get Brandon Johnson straight and tell him, Greg Abbott, like I said, this is bad. What's going on? Don't get me wrong. We got to deal with the migrant crisis, but Brandon Johnson, you crossed the line with that. You really crossed the line. All those aldermen that voted for that and agreed with that, that's crossing the line. Because the next step is you're not going to have no rights. That's the next step. These Democrats are desperate. They're so desperate right now because y'all have waken up to a lot of lies. You've waken up to the authoritarianism. You've woke up about, how they're not for democracy like they claim they are. Mm-hmm. They never bring nothing to you as a people to say, hey, let's put this on the ballot like they do in Oregon. Let's put this on the ballot. Let the people vote for it. Once again, if the people decide that they want a sanctuary city and it passes, then hey, that's what they want. And it can stay enshrined in stone. I would agree with that because that's what the people wanted. But if I guarantee you, if you put sanctuary city status in New York right now on a ballot, I guarantee you to fail. Mm-hmm. If you do it in places like LA and all these cities,
Denver,
put it on the ballot. Mm-hmm. Let's see if the people want it. If they want it, hey, I got nothing to say. That's what you want. Don't complain.
No.
But it's not right to not give the people a right to have a voice in a so-called democracy. And that's, to me, more concerning. That's very, very concerning.
Yep.
Than anything else that Greg Abbott is doing right now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Uncle Phil. We're going to go ahead and move forward real quick. Thank you, Uncle Phil. That's just one piece. We're going to go to the next one, which is on the 16 buses that came over here to our city. And this just dropped from Lisa Cabrera. She started this one. Right when we started the show, I was like, let's not forget to add that to the queue because it's really important, since me and Jesse actively cussing out city council about this, and me especially recently, lately, I guess you would say it looked very villainous, and I was like, I could give a damn. We got a camping ban, and what's good for the goose, good for the gander. If you could arrest us and move us all around, then why can't you do the same thing? We would never be allowed to be like 400 deep outside of an actual hotel, a money-making hotel at that. And the fact that they spent all this money on the migrants alone, we had like 30-something thousand migrants coming to the city, and they spent like 31 million.
It's probably, it was 32,000, now it's probably 33.
Yeah, and so it's crazy. It's like that shit is fucking stupid. 16 bus loads. That's a lot of bus loads. Their buses are long and strong. Long and strong.
At the depot every day.
And not only that, but the thing is that when I seen one of the buses come in, I was over there at Jesse's bus depot, and that's in his neighborhood by his home. And I seen a bus come in and drop off a whole gang of motherfucking immigrants. We talking about the light skin it was, the ones that are my color. So they dropped them off, but that bus didn't have no sign on it. And I was curious because it wasn't the city bus, And they came into the depot and I was like peeping it out. I was like, what the fuck? Man, now I'm seeing it with my own eyes. I couldn't believe it. And right where he lives is a bit of a distance from the actual bus depot that was downtown, right?
Yeah.
So, or the RTD, etc., which is downtown, RTD depot, Union Station. So I felt like, what the fuck is this? And where everybody go? They get up on the bus to get to my house, which could be took over there, and I'm sitting there riding, and they don't know where they go, whatever. Everybody speaking Spanish, but I'm like, I don't want. That sounds like an asshole thing to say. I speak 5 languages, and one of them is Spanish, and I'm self-taught. So you don't think I don't want it? Look, I don't go to your country without knowing the language. So I would expect you to come over here and at least make an attempt.
Yeah.
But here in like every city, there's a placate.
What's it called? Language justice.
Yeah, they're making it says a problem now, but they're making it so that everybody must speak Spanish like that, or whatever. And I'm like, look, we had migration from different areas before, and there's never been this much of a push or a jump to house anybody, except we have little situations. I mean, it was easy to take care of. It wasn't a big difficulty, And even our mayor has pulled some slick shit and thought he was gonna create houses for the unhoused.
House.
But in reality, he created housing for these migrants because they got children and whatnot. And I've been an asshole lately for what everybody say, because I'm like, anybody tell you to come over here with your children,
right?
And anybody tell you to you came over 4 different countries, you took 4 months.
What they're not telling you,
what you do.
Majority of these months, it's just 18 to 25 middle military age men.
Yeah.
But they keep talking about families.
Well, there's a lot of families. There is a lot of families out there, but that was like the second wave is all military men, like military age built people who want to go in the military, and you'll see that on the RVA. I'll flash again on it, where they'll be at the border and they coached to what they need to say, and I'm gonna show that tomorrow on the RVA because I showed it before on the RVA. But that's just a little taste. You don't believe me? Just tune in tomorrow. It's coming from a source that white people love and value. Fox News. Yeah, Fox News. Yeah. So yeah. Shout out to Torian. The thing is that we did it, but we're gonna go ahead and show what the sister Lisa Cabrera has to say. We found out about her through Professor Black Truth and Torian Rain.
Yep.
So shout out to the professor, shout out to Torian Rain, shout out to also Black Light Revelations,
yes, sir,
and TV Hip Hop, for bringing just education. Oh, and Jason Black and Mickey Dillard, for giving us. Yeah, we gotta shout y'all out because, woo, heavy. Tariq, everybody. Yeah, because y'all just don't understand the type of education they're providing our people to keep us codified.
That's right.
Here we go. All right, we're gonna play this.
$16 busloads of migrants
My God.
in Denver in under 24 hours. And these big busloads, y'all, came out of Texas. So Denver, Colorado is the latest city being bombarded with migrants. Let's get into it. Hundreds of migrants moved to Denver in less than 24 hours. Resources become limited.
Like, let's see. Yeah.
So in less than 24 hours, 16 busloads of migrants arrived in Denver. The city of Denver confirmed this. 9 buses arrived Thursday night and 7 more on Friday.
God damn.
They said there are 3,800 right now in shelters.
They ain't lying.
This comes around a time when more than 10,000 migrants are crossing the southern border into the United States. They said that's what's coming per day.
Yeah.
That is just crazy.
That sounds about right.
That's about right.
So the city said there are at least 340 migrants that have been dropped off on Thursday night. Many arrived from Texas, but their original places of origin, Venezuela, Colombia, and Guatemala.
Mm-hmm.
This is an area they have never seen before. So Denver is not used to being bombarded with all of these migrants at one time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you a video from CBS out of Colorado, and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary.
Denver, in less than 24 hours, 16 buses packed with migrants arrived in Denver. The city of Denver confirms 9 busloads arrived last night, 7 this morning from Texas. Overall, there are about 3,800 migrants right now in shelters in the metro area. This comes as it is expected more than 10,000 migrants crossed the southern border into the United States in each of the last 3 days. Your reporter, Brian Sherrod, is live in Denver right now. Let's go to Brian. You met with many of the migrants today who are unsure what to do next.
And Alan, the city of Denver tells me at least 340 migrants have been dropped off here since last night. And many of them don't even know where they are. They're unfamiliar with this area. Now, with them being in the area of Zuni and Spear, many people tell us, including one woman who works there, that it's just making it difficult for her to work in the area right now.
This has become ground zero for migrants in Denver. Many struggling for food and money, even asking our crews for help while we were there. All the migrants we spoke with didn't speak English.
I said no.
Translator, we found out they are originally from Venezuela, Colombia, and Guatemala. Jarena, who works at the Shell gas station at Spear and Zuni, tells us she tried to help but didn't get a good response.
They speak bad to me. I'm the only one who speaks Spanish. I try to help them and try to explain the rules, but they don't like it. Too many people, they are so bad with me and with my boss.
3,800 migrants are currently staying in 7 shelters, specifically for migrants across the city. But resources are dwindling.
We can run out of room. We can run out of resources. We're already limited as is, and it's just straining an already strained system even further.
With the shelters reaching capacity, the city is working to find migrants jobs and housing. They tell us they are doing whatever they can to keep everyone off the streets, especially children.
So we recognize everything is much more difficult with a child. That's why we've given families that more time. We don't want children on the streets. We don't want anyone on the streets.
Jarena tells us she is thankful for the city's help, but resources need to come faster for these migrants. They are making it harder for her every day.
We have to take the stick to clean the window because they still every night.
The city tells me that more busloads of migrants could make their way here over Christmas weekend, but right now they don't have the answers of how many and when. But when that time comes, they could be opening up an 8th shelter. I'm Brian Sherrod covering Colorado First.
Brian, thanks a lot.
All right, so you heard what they said, and Denver is saying a lot of what New York was saying, that if this continues to happen, it's going to be a huge problem for the city. And I mean, let's face it, this country is not prepared for stuff like this. You know, wow. And the lady that was saying they speak bad to her, I'm not surprised. I did hear that a lot of them got attitude problems. I have heard that a lot over the last several weeks. So As more migrants move to Denver, the city tells CBS, Colorado resources are dwindling. Yeah. 16 busloads in less than 24 hours. Yeah, I can see how that is going to be a terrible thing for your resources. And you're just talking about a 24-hour period. You can best believe a hell of a lot more are coming. So, he is saying like the things that were said in New York, that they're running out of room, they're running out of resources, they are strained. The shelters are already at full capacity in the city. And, and they're also at the same time trying to help these migrants find work. And, some of them came as families. So that's why they were saying they don't want the kids on the streets. So, y'all, this is going to be an ongoing thing. And I know it's going to shift from city to city because we're seeing that now. New York, Chicago, now Denver is getting the brunt of these people coming from Texas. And I know Chicago is now trying to divert these people from coming there. And I think less than 24 hours ago, the Texas governor flew them in on planes into Chicago.
As retaliation.
So they didn't even use buses, they used planes. And if you remember, the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, he's another one that used planes. He flew them from Florida over to California. And that created a huge fallout between him and Gavin Newsom. So this is going to be ongoing, and you're going to see the cities that shift with these migrants coming. Y'all just understand this explosive tidal wave of migrants coming. This is probably going to be ongoing all through 2024 as well.
Yeah.
Or as long as Joe Biden is in there, you're going to see this tidal wave of migrants.
Who knew?
And a lot of people are not liking it. And if you did not get a chance to see my last video on how these migrants are going door to door over in Brooklyn, New York, begging for money, clothes, and food. And the residents are furious.
That would be too.
They don't want this to happen. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in this country that don't want that to happen. You don't know these people. And, they were already talking about the criminal element that are coming over with the migrants. And you don't know who they are. I know some people feel sympathetic, but proceed with caution, because you don't know who you're dealing with. You don't know if they just let a whole bunch of these folks out of jail. You just don't know. Just be careful. Anybody that encounters these folks, especially at your house.
I ain't open the door.
So y'all, please tell me what you think. And if you are in the Denver area and you're a subscriber, let me know what's going on. And have you encountered these people?
I got you, Lisa. After the show, I'm gonna send you a
leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell.
A lot of shit talking about this, like especially me. I'm not even a friend, man. I'm probably the worst one about it, because I really think that, like, lately, especially when I was giving it to him about the children, with you homeless and Black in this city, and you have your children with you, and they find out you separated my majority of the time from your children, they put them in CPS or DPS. What is it? The fucking the like the, what do they call it? Baby, Human Resources come and take a look at take a gander at your family and separate your family. CPS, yeah. They'll take them from you, man. You know how I know? Just have me I know. Because that's how it is. I'm a product of the system. You know what I mean? So I've seen it for about 43. Seen it for at least at least 2 decades now. So this is a different situation. That if you was Black and you had your children outside, you would not be with your children. It would be a serious separation. They don't give a damn. They'll do everything, but when it's the other sides, the other races, there might be a little leeway. I mean, like it happened to me too. As an adult, I was separated from my child, so became unhoused, and I was in a ladies shelter. They separated me from my child, for real. And no matter what I said, there was no coming back from it. I would say this though, they is mighty blessed to still be shifting around and living in tents and shit. You saw that little clip right there where that lady just brought her child from like wherever. She dragged her through the fence or something. Like hurry up and get here or something like that. Let me see where it was. Like right here. It was like right here somewhere. It's a really crazy shit.
Brian is live in Denver right now. Let's go to him. Brian, you met with many of the migrants today who are unsure what to do next. The shelters in the metro area. This comes as it is expected. More than 10,000 migrants crossed the southern border into the United States in each of the last 3 days. Your reporter, Brian Sherrod, is live in Denver right now. Let's go to him. Brian, you met with many of the migrants today who are
like, you see how terrible that is?
Family and fellow soldiers.
You see how terrible? That's the next topic. You see how terrible that is? I couldn't bring my child over like a distance of 4 months to get over here when you weren't invited. Nobody told you to come over here. Wasn't even a serious situation. And we're gonna highlight that on the RVA about really what's going on in Venezuela. We're gonna highlight it and talk about it because nobody want to talk about what's really going on out there. And even so, just real quick, just a little taste. Venezuela just exchanged prisoners they had back over here with the United States. The United States switched back. Prisoner exchange, right? They did a whole prisoner exchange. But why didn't the president from over there say, hey, go ahead and send my people back? They never talked about his people over here invading the motherfucking United States. So, I find that to be an interesting little thing to take a gander at. So that's gonna be tomorrow. We're gonna explore that a little bit tomorrow on the revolutionary agenda. Because that shit is fucked up. I'm like, hey man, you gonna grab these 3-4 million motherfucking people you got over here invading our states. Well, you take your 10 back. Why don't you add this next 3-4 million of people back? Or whatever the numbers is, because it's pretty high. We got 32,000. I mean, let's just factor it in with all the other blue states. Do the math. There's a lot of us. Yeah. Take your people back. You won't come get your people? Did you go take people? Come on now. It don't make sense. Now we're gonna go ahead and highlight the Professor Black Truth. And he's going to talk about Trump for a little bit because that's serious. And again, Colorado, I was like, man, Denver, Colorado, Denver, Aurora. We always just some shit on the news. We can't stay out the news. And I'm just like, God, this is a bad look. But this was kind of interesting and very entertaining to us because just like the new Black media has been saying, we've been saying, we could care less about the two-party system, looking for tangibles, cash, reparations, no study, lineage based, on all the good shit that we worked so hard on. That task force, they got shat on. So that and then some. We want these motherfuckers to stop playing in our face with shit because they ain't doing nothing for Black people, and that's the facts. So we don't get to it. We go. Shout out Professor Black Truth. You're not hip to him. You gotta do what you gotta do. Like and subscribe.
You're not hip to Professor Black Truth.
You really
for a decade.
Sleeping in rocks. Hey, you're not up on brother Jacob Blacc and the Black Authority, you really lost. Tariq Nasheed, you just ain't right.
Sister Vicky.
Uncle Phil, Boy Watkins. What else?
Everybody else.
Everybody. There's only a handful.
There's hundreds, if not thousands of.
There's the leaders and then there's the message boosters. Yeah.
We're the message boosters.
Shit, yeah. Fucking Black Light.
Sincere Love to God.
Sincere Love to God. Black Alpha. Yep, shout out Black Alpha. Black or Afro Elite.
Yep, Afro Elite.
Black Star 2.0.
Lisa
Cabrera. Yeah. Torian Rain. Should we go on all day just dropping names?
Right.
TD Hip Hop or whatever he's called himself.
Media Group.
TD Media Group. Tongue twister. So yeah, we enjoy their content. They teach us much. So here we go.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Texas Governor and Imperial Grand Wizard Greg the Aryan Abbott just signed a bill making illegal immigration a state crime in Texas, punishable by potentially up to 20 years in prison for repeat offenders. It's only about 40 years too late, but better late than never, I suppose, right? A presidential run is definitely out of the question for him, and I think that he's pretty much used up his time as governor, so I'm not entirely sure what his angle is or what the point of this legislation is. I'm thinking it's meant merely as agitprop to force the issue to the political forefront, but it seems to be making all the right people angry. The White House is considering a legal challenge, which is almost certain. Mexico's own corrupt do-nothing empty suit says that he's going to challenge the law naturally. Mexico challenges any legislation the United States writes that has to do with immigration. Imagine, though, being such a failure as a leader. Imagine having such a failed state that you don't even want your own citizens, your own neighbors, your own family members back. The reason Mexico is the basket case it is because the corrupt pack of vipers who run that country have been using the U.S. as a steam valve, so they never have to fix things there. Mexico's institutions are broken because its culture is broken, and the people who would actually be able to fix it are the ones who are being incentivized to leave, and thus the culture of corruption remains intact. But of course, being a failed state also means that it's a kleptocracy too. There's the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in remittances that illegals and legals in the U.S. send back to Mexico every year. This is nothing but free money that the corrupt elite get to vacuum up for nothing. It's also a place where the government refuses to enforce their laws because if they did, most of them would be in prison by day's end. They don't want the law enforced in their own land, and they're demanding that it not be enforced in the U.S. either. Now, the thing to remember is this has to do with illegal aliens from south of the border. And yet, for some strange reason, or rather the same old reasons, you got those people who are trying to claim that this has something to do with Black people. They're determined to shoehorn us into this conversation that we have nothing to do with.
But tonight, the ACLU and Texas Civil Rights Project suing Texas, hoping to stop what they call the most anti-immigrant law before it ever goes into effect.
The bill overrides bedrock constitutional principles and flouts federal immigration law while harming Texans, in particular brown and Black communities.
This law doesn't apply to Black people at all. We have nothing to do with this. This law doesn't disadvantage us at all. This is more white liberals trying to do what they did when they wanted to make a federal gay marriage law. With that one, they made all kinds of phony claims, total lies, saying that it was meant to protect interracial marriages. And they always made sure to show Black people whenever they said that. That law had nothing to do with us. And neither does this one. This is more of, as Malcolm said, using us as political footballs in their games of power politics. And this is also the result of Black misleaders and half-brained sellout activists using the phrase Black and brown all the time. These self-interested anti-Black racists on the left have seized on that phrase to promote policies that harm us while lying and claiming we're trying to protect Black people. This is them trying to tie us into this and give people the false impression that Black people are in favor of this tsunami of illegal immigration, when we're not. The ACLU is who this woman works for. Now tell me, what has the ACLU ever done for reparations? What have they done about all the legal discrimination that we face? When have they ever gone to bat for us and claimed that reparations for us, specific legal protections and tangibles for us, would be a benefit for everyone else? No. And that if we are denied reparations, then this harms brown people too, or anyone else? They never do that. This irrational exaggeration and hyperbole about the harms of policies only gets expanded when they think that they can rope us into the fight. So the ACLU is not on our side. They're working against us. It is reprehensible that they're trying to drag Black people into this, because what they're really trying to do is they're trying to hide behind the coattails of our suffering, and they're trying to also hide behind the moral legitimacy that we represent, the unique moral legitimacy that we represent. This law has nothing to do with us, and it's not going to be harming Black people at all. Again, I'm no fan of Greg Abbott. He's pure trash and anti-Black racist, full stop. This law, however, doesn't have anything to do with us. And considering the open, blatant racism of Latin American culture and the way that they practice that same racism when they come to the US, this law actually would benefit us if it was enforced. Now, that's not to say that we need to weigh in on this or that we need to stick up for Greg Abbott. Wrong on both counts. But understand, the white left isn't looking out for us. They're trying to use and exploit us. And all the years of letting these Black bootlicks throw around the phrase black and brown and do it with impunity, now you got these white leftists doing the same thing for their own interests. These so-called Black activists, who only the white media ever decide to call our leaders, they're the ones who the white media will put on TV, and they're the ones who help to push the idea that the Black community saw itself as part of some multiracial alliance. The problem is we were the only ones in the alliance. We were the only ones talking about black and brown. Whenever Hispanic legislators and activists and media personalities get on camera or in print, they only talk about Latino interests. Most of them avoid saying brown at all because a majority of them identify as white. So this whole black, brown, whatever, it's been dysfunctional and fraudulent from the very beginning. So how serious is the wheelchair-bound wacko Abbott? How serious is the Texas GOP? In my book, not very. There's a flood of illegals coming into Texas, coming into the Southwest every single day. Far, far more than the existing police and courts there could ever hope to handle. If somebody really wanted to make illegal immigration a criminal offense, first they would need a ton of new police dedicated solely to illegal immigrant apprehension, as well as prosecutors solely for this purpose, more judges, more courtrooms, and a lot more incarceration facilities. All of that requires a huge hike in taxes to pay for all that. And if there's one thing that Texans in general and Republicans in specific hate more than illegal immigrants, it's taxes. If they were serious, this would require an enormously expanded prison industrial complex in that state, and neither Abbott the Aryan, nor Klansman Ken Paxton, nor any of the rest of that kindergarten of cronies down there has said a peep about that. No money, and not even a proposal about more personnel or facilities to be built. So how do they even intend to do this imaginary idea? Even if you make existing police handle all the apprehensions, you still have to prosecute the offenders, and that means more prosecutors and more judges. So the only way that I would be able to even remotely take them seriously if they had also announced plans to fund this grand idea and facilities to be built to service it. As of right now, all it is more political theater. Wake me up if this little drama ever has an act 2. And speaking of legal consequences, the state Supreme Court of Colorado in a 4-3 decision has ruled that Donald Trump is ineligible to be on that state's primary ballot due to his violating the 14th Amendment of the Constitution when he led an insurrection in 2021. So what does this ruling mean for the 2024 election? Well, as for this ruling by itself, not much. First of all, Trump didn't win Colorado in 2016 or in 2020. His Democratic opponents carried that state in both those election cycles, so it's not like he needs it in order to become president. But there's the question of whether this will start a judicial domino effect against him. So far, his team has successfully fended off the attempts in other states to remove him from the ballot. But this is the first time the 14th Amendment challenge against him actually worked. So will other state Supreme Courts take this as precedent? The U.S. Supreme Court will certainly hear this case, and already the white media is shrieking that Clarence Thomas has to resign or recuse himself because his wife not only campaigned for Trump, but she also tried to help his illegal electors scheme too. This is going to cause a constitutional crisis when it lands in front of them, no matter how the Supreme Court rules. Trump put a number of those judges on the bench. They're people who he chose for their loyalty and willingness to be political extremists. The Democrats have set up a high-stakes game of political chicken, and it will be very interesting to see if these Federalist Society flunkies blink. The Democrats, of course, are denying all responsibility for this ruling in Colorado, but let's be honest. These are Democrats bringing all these lawsuits. Now, I got to tell you, though, as a matter of law, I personally agree with the Colorado Supreme Court's ruling. Trump did carry out an insurrection in 2021. But does anyone seriously believe that the Democrats would be fighting so hard to have Trump removed from all of these state ballots if his polling was, say, in the low double digits or even the single digits? If Donald Trump was indeed in the toilet bowl when it came to his public approval ratings, do you think they would actually be going through all this trouble? Or do you think that they would be doing what they were doing in the hours and days following the 2020 election? Crowing about how Trump was now gone and how Trumpism was on the ash heap of history and how before long this guy would be forgotten. He was an empty suit. Nobody would even care about him. His own followers would abandon him because they would eventually accept the reality. Only that didn't happen. I'm not a fan of Trump because he hasn't done anything for us, but the Democrats are trying to portray this as an impartial judicial process here, and that's not true either. In fact, a few of them have let the mask slip, and they've admitted that this is about removing a man from the ballot who they know would most likely beat Biden in 2024. A recent poll released this week has Biden's approval rating at an all-time low of only 34%. His attempts to duplicate Obama's talking around the issues and trying to overcome people with his personality isn't working. He has to make big moves to benefit the American people, and his problem is he's still trying to keep the donor class happy. He's trying to see if he can talk his way to re-election, and people are tired of it. And Biden's lunk-headed attempts to try to BS his way past the voters aren't the only thing that's getting old. Biden himself is ancient at this point. What's called for is for him to go ahead and bow out of the race and somebody else to be the party's nominee, but Kamala Harris would be an even worse candidate than Biden, so they're stuck with Jim Crow Joe. But Biden's problem here is that there's no pandemic to bail him out this time. And yet, even with all that, even with all the tons of lawsuits that Trump is buried under, even with the judicial rulings, Biden is still behind Trump in the polls. Part of the reason why people are having a hard time accepting what's going on is because it looks exactly like what it is, a massive piling on of litigation on a candidate who the Democrats don't feel confident that they can beat. They're denying that that's what they're doing, but that's sure what it looks like. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who will try to claim that, well, you can't actually prove that this is some sort of plot that the Democrats are putting forward to basically get the guy off the ballot because they can't beat him in the election. Well, here's my question. Strictly as a thought exercise, if the Democrats were trying to weaponize the law to remove Trump as a candidate because they knew they couldn't beat him by any other means, would it look any different than this? On the one hand, Trump did lead an insurrection, but on the other hand, he's more popular than the man he lost the election to 3 years ago. His opponents have been beside themselves at the prospect of him getting back into office, especially since he's declared that he's going to be wreaking vengeance on anyone who offended him. And as for Black people, I would give the same analysis about Trump that I do about Biden. No matter how many lawsuits Trump has to contend with, or how dire the potential consequences for him might be, he can't be taking it too seriously. Otherwise, he would be coming to Black voters and trying to make a deal. If he thinks disenchanted Black voters merely staying home next year will be enough to secure him victory, well, he's probably right. Democrats are certainly terrified of that prospect, but this isn't about the party's political futures. This is about ours. This is why I say that we cannot back the GOP, because like the Democrats, they're also trying to figure out how to win elections without doing anything for us. We cannot lower our political standards. That's something that Black people are notorious for. Always so desperate to get anything, even just a pat on the head from these candidates, anything that even remotely sounds like they're going to do something for us. And failing that, well, just tell us that you don't mind having us around. And in the process, we always settle for accepting anything, or rather, we settle for accepting nothing at all. Maybe Trump genuinely thinks that he can regain the White House without offering us anything. He's certainly welcome to try, but considering how things went south for Trump's casinos, if I were him, I wouldn't be so eager to make such a high-stakes gamble. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Dwayne Demps, Michael Gilmore, Deep I 904, Thomas Jones, and Nod G95. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yes, sir.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Before we get back into that, Uncle Phil, that's leading into the New York Forum's Reparations Commission. But we just wanted to say that We shout out Professor Black Truth right there for giving us a nice, interesting read. Yeah, we over here in Colorado, well, over here, especially over here, I want to say it's probably a handful of us that are like, ha, ha, ha. We kind of figured. We didn't, it's kind of shocking for everybody in the United States that saw that. What effect it'll have on the other states, the world may never know. Right. But they try to get that shit to the Supreme Court early so that he can run on time, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. For him to go into the forums on time, or the debates or whatever, the whatever he's supposed to be doing next week, or in early January, whatever. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen. They're gonna take the time with it. I give him a little credit though. He did try. And it's kind of funny to me. So, I think that they don't have a real plan. It's not a real plan right now. And if other states are trying to get, or even just thinking of trying to get Biden off the ballot, too, it's going to be kind of a crappy selection, because they don't have nobody really to represent either party that is good enough to run the city or run the states. I mean, so we shall see. We'll stay as usual on top of it, because it's one of those topics that will affect us ultimately, Black Valley. So we'll keep you in line, in tune with that. Ultimately, we're gonna ride the helmet and just keep it consistent for us, what's important to us and our thoughts. So we're gonna move on to the next part, which is very important. Reparations. This also is our last topic of the night. So we're gonna free everybody. We're gonna release you after that.
Thanks for staying up late with us.
Thank you for staying up late. So yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and start it really fast. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like this shit just dropped like that.
We got some development out of New York, and no, we're not talking about the migrant crisis this time. We're talking about the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. She has.
I swear to God, man, I felt like just off topic real quick, just as funny. I thought that Kathy Hochul passed that shit to make it so everybody could go on to this Me Too movement and shut it down at the very last minute and they go, he touched me too. Right? I had Nick Cannon too. I thought she just did that specifically for motherfucking P. Diddy. That's what it felt like anyway. I was just kidding. I'm just playing. I was just joking around. Just side note. Because they mentioned Kathy Hochul. That's the first thing I thought about was, man, that old crotchety ass bitch. She made it impossible so everybody could bring up some old shit and play it in everybody's fucking face. I thought that shit was funny as hell. I was just making a little joke. Don't believe the hype. I was just kidding. I was just playing. Okay, let me play. I'm gonna build it up. Yeah, I felt like
signed a bill to develop a reparations commission. Let's go ahead and roll this a short clip real quick so you can kind of hear about it. But then we're going to, we definitely going to talk about some things. Roll that.
To a round of applause just a little while ago here at the New York Historical Society. It effectively creates a community commission to study potential reparations for Black New Yorkers. The 9-member commission will study the effects of slavery on the here and now and make recommendations. These recommendations may include compensation, but can also include policy changes. Slavery was made illegal in New York in 1827, but supporters of this bill say a racial wealth gap still persists. White families in the state have a median net worth almost 15 times that of Black families, according to the comptroller. The new commission will study the link between historical racism and current disparities in housing, policing, and income. The governor pointed to the Buffalo mass shooting for those who doubt racism still exists. A community commission to study potential reparations for Black New Yorkers.
Wait, pause right there, man.
Look at them raccoons. Ain't nothing but raccoons surrounding.
Just watch Chuck to get all excited and shit real quick. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, family. We really, if this is our first time hearing it with you, so we're just gonna rewind the track just a second so that we can hear exactly what he just said, because it sounded like some it just sounded like some stupidity right here.
It's a community commission to study potential reparations.
Potential reparations
For Black New Yorkers. The 9-member commission will study the effects of slavery on the here and now and make recommendations. These
what happened past that and past and the black tax and the motherfucker man.
Recommendations may include compensation, but can also include policy changes. Slavery was made illegal in New York in 18.
I'm sorry, Bradley. Just hear the words. Every word in this word salad bullshit is effective.
Slavery on the here and now and make recommendations. These recommendations may include compensation, but can also include policy changes. Slavery was made illegal in New York in 1827, but supporters of this bill say a racial wealth gap still persists. White families in the state have a median net worth almost 15 times that of Black families, according to the comptroller. The new commission.
Why is that? Yeah, and what about Wall Street? What about all that shit? They fucking the first time. What the fuck, man? Like.
Will study the link between historical racism and current disparities in housing, policing, and income. The governor pointed to the Buffalo mass shooting for those who doubt racism still exists. White gunman Peyton Gendron allegedly had written on his gun, "Here's your reparations," when he shot and killed 10 Black New Yorkers in May 2022. The Reverend Al Sharpton says the creation of this commission is not about writing a check, rather about starting to heal the scars.
Where have we seen this before? Gavin Newsom, Governor Gavin Newsom out of California, formed the California Reparations Commission is going, and they're going to do their work for what, about a year and a half. Or so.
That's Black political suicide. Like, I don't understand why anybody don't see what I'm talking about. You see, you ain't gotta get crazy with it. But why don't you just every time you see him as a Black person in America, you see fucking great or motherfucking Gruesome Newsom, why don't you just give him the hard look? Like, man, you really are doing a shit ass job. Not only you running off people from your own state, and you just doing the most for China and whatever when they show up, right? And you cancel Christmas, God, like who cares about that? But I'm just saying, right? But like you committed political Black suicide, like didn't even vote for you, man. You wasted everybody's fucking time, hard work. They got us fucking trauma bonding and fucking going through shit and trying to express themselves through that reparations task force. Months and months and months of FBA and Friedman got up there and fucking tried to get that shit together, help the task force put it together for something comprehensive, and then kick the move. We pushing the message on top of that, and then you just like I said, I've always said it since he did it. That first time he said no, and then we walked it back, like, made a whole other thing a couple days later. That first no was a no to me, and that's all I heard. And I was like, you gonna do that to Black people in your state? You ain't, and then you like, what are you doing, Gavin Newsom? So yeah, it does sound like that. And that was shit then. This is shit now.
So, and they come out with recommendations, and then when the recommendations came out that they should pay Black folks some money, the first thing Gavin Newsom done actually went on Sean Hannity on Fox News and said, no, we're not saying it's a check. The Democrats make sure to keep saying that over and over and over, that no, it's not a check. We're not. And listen, if you see Al Sharpton around anything, then you know the fix is in. But let's talk about something real quick. Foreignassistance.gov. Now, some of you who've been here for a while, you know about foreignassistance.gov, and they never need a study or a commission or anything about foreignassistance.gov. But let me go ahead on and just kind of visit foreignassistance.gov with you a little bit, and then you'll understand kind of where we're going with this. Once again, this is foreignassistance.gov. This is something that you can go to yourself. We covered this before, but anytime they talk about reparations,
it's fine.
I always want y'all to go to foreignassistance.gov. Maybe you knew, you have not, you don't even know about this site. As you can see, it was last updated on 12/15/2023. This section here, I have 2023 and the disbursements. Now it has this here because it's partially reported. It's not, everywhere, right? Okay. So when they talk about reparations and they say that we need a commission and a study, They did not need a commission or study for any of this. They just decided, hey, we're going to do this. This is what we're going to put in the budget, and that's that. So while we are talking about reparations and we need reparations, also American citizens are talking about, hey, you know, we suffer in this country. We need certain funding. Well, let's kind of look at so far what was dispersed, right? So if you go to our neighbor to the south, Mexico, you look at 110 million was dispersed to them. But what did they get money for? As you can see right there, democracy, human rights and governance, economic development, program support, peace and security is 5.9 million. Then you can see humanitarian assistance, etc. And they give you the managing agencies who's over that. Okay, that's our neighbor to the south of Mexico. You can go to a country like you say Ukraine. Now that's what was dispersed, but that has nothing to do with the military aid. That's 16 billion, but the military aid is something separate from what they were just giving them on, you know, the, as you can see, economic development, you know, 14.6 billion. Now, what if they want to do economic development in your city? You talking about they don't have money for reparations. I think 14.6 billion is a good start for that, right? That 51 billion you see they spent so far, that would be a good start for reparations. Wouldn't be the whole reparations, but it'd be a good start. You can go to South Africa was given 377 million this year. You can go, it don't matter where it's at, Latin America, Brazil's giving 48 million. Colombia, click Colombia. What do they do for them? Humanitarian assistance. Now, 202 million. What about the humanitarian assistance in the United States? So many people need that. Okay, you can go to India, got 181 million from the United States government. And these are our tax dollars. Pakistan, Afghanistan. Now, they gave them, you know, 864.5 million for humanitarian assistance, a country they claim they pulled out of, but yet they get $1.1 billion. Now, what if the American people can get $1.1 billion for humanitarian assistance in this country? What if we dedicated 1.1 billion to invest into trying to help the homeless population, right? But we're going to give that much of our tax dollars, right? Me and yours, to Afghanistan, right?
For what?
You look at countries, if I zoom in, because I know a lot of people been talking about a situation with Israel. Let me keep on zooming in here because you can zoom in. Jordan got 1.2 billion. What would they get that for?
Medical care,
economic development, education, and social services. While let's check this out. While they don't want to cancel your student loans, they make sure to give education to a lot of these other countries. And Israel, of course, you can see they got 3.9 billion so far dispersed this year. Now, to get the full scope, even with peace and security, because 2023 wasn't fully reported, so I went back to 2022, and you can see 3.3 billion went to Israel for peace and security, right? That's obligated that they're going to spend through the Department of State. If people talking about the money so much, right? And let me back off of that, get out here. But when they talk about, they spent $70 billion last year. Now, what if they took that same $70 billion and start putting it toward reparations? So don't let these people tell you they don't have money for reparations. Don't let them say, well, reparations is not just a check. Don't let them tell you any of that, because clearly they have $70 billion to disperse between 212 countries. So as you've seen, all the billions and billions of dollars that's being given out to all these other countries, that is your tax dollars and mine. They didn't need no commissions. They didn't need a study. Listen, when they wanted to give $1.1 billion to Afghanistan, they gave them a check. They gave them money, right? But when it comes to us, the descendants of slaves, we are told it's not a check, or it's not just a check. They want to definitely stay away from giving black folks their just due. And these are the Democrats. See, the Democrats, you're going to hear more and more and more about reparations commissions because of this election in 2024. What they're trying to do is something to appease you. But see, this is the issue, Democrats. This is the issue. We've seen all the money you have been giving to everybody. You've been giving money to the migrants that's coming in. You've been, you gave an anti-Asian hate crime bill through the COVID-19 bill. We've seen you sign that. right? Everybody's getting money. And I know it's just not the Biden administration that gave money, because Trump did it, Obama did it. Every president makes sure that all these other countries are papered up. This is why they got the so-called influence they have, because they are paying for it, right? Giving these countries all this money. But the issue is American citizens don't have the money. And for sure, Black Americans don't. We're still being sabotaged. We looked at the Navy Federal story, and they talk about with conventional loans, didn't mention FHA or nothing like that, but with conventional loans, Black Americans were being, that made what, $140,000 or more, was not getting the loans when white people was getting them at $62,000, right? So we know that there are Black people that can't get approved for business loans, and because that's called what it is. Even if you have a high credit score and you don't have a lot of debt to income, they're still human beings that's making these approvals. And most of these banks is owned by who? The folks. So if you want to say reparations is more than just a check, if I had to put together reparations, yeah, it would be definitely the check. The check is the main thing, but I'll also overhaul everything financial to make sure that we have an equal playing field and not just this one group who gets it all, no matter, they just got to show up, and the other group who are Black people get nothing no matter what they get, or they get very minimal. You know what I'm saying? But the Democrats are going to keep putting out these commissions. They're going to be city commissions. They're going to be state commissions in these blue states. They got to try to get you back on the Democrat train. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, as Black Americans, get back on the Democrat train, then they're going to lose, because they know all the investment that they do into other groups, they don't come into the voting booth for them. You understand? Either they're sitting it out, or some of them vote Republican, and some of them may vote Democrat. But you are the only group that has proven to actually show up for them. And this is the most insulting part about all of this, is that Black Americans have a standing legacy of showing up for the Democrat Party.
Yeah,
and as I said many, many times before, you would think that they would say, let me prioritize Black Americans, because we know, guarantee, they will show up for us, so we make sure they're right. But you have to understand, whether they're Democrat or Republican, they believe in white supremacy. And with white supremacy, you got to keep Black people at the bottom. The Democrats depend on the same white supremacy as their white conservative.
That's what they do.
The Democrats play the game a lot different. The Democrats say, well, we got to let a few of them participate in white supremacy. And if you look at the people like Al Sharpton, who participates in white supremacy, right? And all the people that follow him, they don't do anything that bring up the greater Black community. They don't. They are the only ones that's getting butter on their biscuits. They're the only ones that's getting their checks. They're the only ones getting their little jobs, right? But the greater Black community aren't. They constantly talking about what's happening to Black folks, but even though they are at the White House, how come nothing come out of it?
They don't want
but photo ops. That's it. I talk with the president. I talk with the vice president. I talk with the press secretary. I did this. You talking, but nothing comes out of it.
Exactly.
And that's the reason why you're up there. Because if y'all, Al Sharpton, and the rest of y'all, if y'all actually was about the business of the Black community, you wouldn't be up there.
Right.
Because you have to understand, the Democrats do not want to see Black Americans rise.
Nope.
Y'all always pointing at the Republican. No, let's talk about that Democrat. You vote Democrat over half a century, and you have not risen. You have perpetually gone down constantly.
It's the worst one.
When you look at these Democrat states, you don't have a sanctuary city. Chicago is fighting to stay a sanctuary city. But where's the sanctuary city in America for the Black man and woman? You don't have a sanctuary. People that come across the border from wherever they come from can go to Chicago, go to New York City, wherever they want to go, and say, we will protect you from the federal government.
Where the hell is Black?
We will not tell them where you at. We will not gather you up for them. If they get you, they're going to have to get you on their own. Right. Matter of fact, even during the Trump administration, we will assist you in hiding from the federal government. Black Americans have never in the history of this country have been protected by no mayors, by no city council, by no police, by nothing.
Barely by
everybody want to get at black man and black woman.
Yep.
That's, you know, the sanctuary cities to me is more offensive to black people, because where is the sanctuary city for us that we can go to whatever the city at and we know we're good, we ain't got nothing to worry about. We don't have a sanctuary city.
We got one.
That's why Black Americans should be invested on ending sanctuary cities, is because these cities are literally telling them they can break laws, but when you break anything, you get fined and jailed. The Democrats are the ones that are promoting the sanctuary cities.
To be able to survive and thrive.
The Democrats even, as I continue to tell you, there's about 4 states that the Democrats are not going to even have a primary in, right? Primaries are to allow the people, if they want Joe Biden as their Democrat, then they can vote for Joe Biden, right? But if they want another Democrat in the primary, they can vote for that person too. They're not even leaving it up to the voters to say if they want Joe Biden or not as their nominee. But this goes all the way back to 2016 when the Democrats chose Hillary Clinton and said, forget the people. That was the downward path of the Democrat Party, not protecting quote unquote democracy, and they prove they're authoritarian and not democracy. So we're going to believe that this group is going to actually do reparations? No. This is more trickery. This is more fakehood. This is more playing the game. Oh, well, we see how excited they got about California. Oh, let's do it in New York, because that's a good state we can do it in, right? California haven't cut one check to Black Americans. Nope. Not a one. Not a one. And New York, they want to play the same game too. Listen, Democrats, y'all can do all the commissions you want.
You won't even do it.
You're clearly playing your hand. Listen, if y'all was smart, y'all wouldn't even make that statement. It's not about a check. Y'all wouldn't be silly enough to make that statement. But the Democrats, you have to understand, they on team white supremacy too. So they got to make sure to tell the greater of white supremacy society this. We doing this just to play with their emotions. That's what we doing this for. We got to let you know we're not giving them nothing. That's what that statement is not about a check. Even if Al Sharpton says it, it don't matter because he tied in with white supremacy on the left. We letting you know, greater society, don't worry. We're not gonna affect your position. We're gonna make sure those black people stay at the bottom. If they get from underneath the bottom, then they did it on their own with the help of God. We're not gonna help them like we're helping the migrants. We're not going to help them like we're helping all these other people throughout the world. We're giving them billions of dollars. No, these Black Americans, we're going to do everything we can to make sure they stay a permanent underclass. So don't worry about your privilege. We're not about to affect that. We're not about to affect the wealth gap. We talk about it, but we're not going to do nothing about it. Trust me, we're not. We have proven for election cycle after election cycle that we will not do anything to affect your privilege, wealth gap, or anything else that you're receiving when we in power. So it don't matter if a Democrat's in office or Republicans in office, you good. Because understand the Democrat and the Republican are on the same team. Don't get caught into, well, they liberals and we conservatives. They're all on the same team.
Yeah, I'm not even front. It seemed like
that's why I can call them out the way I call them out. This is why I can be consistent on what I say, is because I see the playbook. I see
it's like dealing with the LGBTQ and the acronyms. Like I learned that this week. I did a really serious little life study. I was somewhere I probably shouldn't have been to for too long. So and it was a lot of I don't even want to get into it because I need to draw more attention to myself with those particular individuals, that in my defense, I felt like I was truly trying to stay on what we're doing over here on our side of things, with the B1 movement, But however, I felt I don't know. I can't explain to y'all how I felt. All I know is that I was very aggravated by white supremacy and black skin, white supremacy outright, and there's motherfuckers just disrespect. Period. And I learned that in the midst of all that, I was learning all these new terms to describe political position. And I didn't even understand. There were so many different positions, either left moderate, left progressive, right something or other. It was like, well, goddamn, man, it's like dealing with the LGBTQ, the many fucking facets of fucking fiction. You know what I mean? The multiple fucking characters of fiction. Like, Jesus Christ, like, can it just be simple? And apparently it was not. I mean, it was a whole little debate, and if you're not in the political know of all that is going on, like there's certain political positions or stances and what they mean, like I couldn't fathom that. It's almost like comment by my pronouns, except it's like I'm a progressive, or left-leaning moderate, or like or I can't be conservative and traditional. I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, like what? Like, Jesus Christ, can we just be even? Can you even out like these nuances and whatever? And I ain't gonna lie, I felt very confused. I felt kind of like more reading must be involved in my education. And then I felt like, should I really do more reading because this duopoly is kind of crumbling? It doesn't really matter. But I was like, I should probably do a little bit more understanding and try to write it down, put a sticky note so I can remember what these fucking acronyms are. I'm treating it like the LGBTQ plus emoji fucking thing where they got like 50 million different acronyms to describe one pronoun that don't exist. You know what I mean? It's a fictional fucking creature. And so I'm gonna start looking at politics like that with all these political stances. Like, this shit is weird. You either one side or the other. Red, blue, conservative, moderate, whatever. Just keep it normal. Like, simple. So a person like me and the average voter who isn't too apt can get an understanding and get on one fucking note. And we're all so much in agreement that the Democrats can eat 2 fat dicks on Wednesday.
Right.
So, and the Republicans ain't no better. And it shouldn't have to just be reduced down to fucking evil and evil. You know what I mean? Yeah, evil did one thing and evil did this. And, but let's keep it current. It wasn't motherfucking old girl fucking whatever her name is, Kamala. Wasn't she fucking the borders are? Like, I seem to forget that. Like, we don't mention that part. That the borders are, if I hope everybody caught up on Jason Blacc today, because he gave another interesting perspective on something else. People's priorities are fucking online. And reparations, goddamn right. It's old.
Right.
There shouldn't even be a discussion.
Big shout out to Big Brother K. He said it on one of his songs on his new album.
Yep. K Reno. Yeah. So what you're saying is like, it's stupid now. It's stupid. They're really too. I'm calling it now. There's not gonna be too much of a motherfucking selection to select from, and that isn't already
very slim pickings.
It's gonna be very slim, and to keep your beautiful black self at home. Because unless it got something tangible that's going to benefit your family,
don't even waste your time.
And intangible is
if you
cuts the check.
If you just gotta participate, vote third party.
Yeah, exactly. Or let the undervote take it. If you must go stand your ass in the motherfucking line. If you can't help it. But I mean, you don't see them really talking. If you care about it, if you care about black people, like everybody said they care about black people, you don't see the bus pulling up and trying to talk to, what is that, raccoons?
Oh, cats.
Why the fuck would they be out there like that? Who made them go to sleep? That's weird. Like, that's so weird. Like, are they drugged? That's weird. Sorry, Jesse got me distracted. But, like I was saying, then you don't see the bus pull up talking about Black votes matter and get your black ass over to this bus and let's talk about it. They don't got that up there. Not at all. They ain't even trying to talk to us. And the way the polling is going out here, who are they polling?
Right.
I ain't got no message. I mean, everybody's like, they sold our numbers just like they sell us. They sell all our shit to fucking media and whatnot and advertising and so motherfuckers see a spam in their email or on their phone. Ain't nobody spam me with no political questions. Ain't nobody ask me shit. All they want to know is, do you got a computer in your house? Do you have, like I can't even do any applications for anything important like Leap, bring down the high energy costs without them asking me if I got a computer. The fuck I got a computer do with you fixing the heat?
Right.
And lowering the price.
Right.
Like what the fuck is the computer and you and the price of motherfucking electricity got to do with anything? Or if you're black with a computer in your house, why the fuck does it matter, Excel? Right. Do your damn job. Lower this motherfucking rate. Or can you lower the rate? And can, the people over here, can everybody just work together so I can have heat in my house on a cold, windy night like tonight? You feel me? Can you bring down these charges? Can it be an easy, manageable motherfucking payment system for people who are on the system of housing because they have no other choices, but they shouldn't be housed with this fucking high ass electric bill. This continuously stays high because it's too hard to pay for. Because it was a renege on a promise. So yeah, so they're like, you see what I'm saying though, people? Ain't nobody asking us anything. We're not getting the fucking surveys. We're not getting the vote. We're not getting questioned about what are we looking for exactly or what we want or what we expect. And when we do say it in our local areas and our local elections, we do say and we do ask what the main questions are like, what are you gonna do for black people specifically? It's an all-inclusive answer. And they don't like it when politicians, or people who want to attempt to make change, like myself and Jesse, or Jesse's leading this level over here. When we want to make changes, significant fucking changes that that we talk about in the black media that are specifically for Black Americans, freedom, etc. They don't want to hear it, but they're so quick to take a black idea and spin it around and add brown people and Asians and whoever else in it because they'll say that it's unfair. Now we realize that there's other people that live in the state. I mean, how can you not? When they get benefits, they get heard, they get taken seriously. Legislation is passed for them. There's activists out there activated specifically for, you know what I mean? And there's obviously, the Caucasians out there, the ladies, we just showed that on the Revolution Agenda a few months back, how they told the sisters to sit it down. They were going to go talk to the people at city councils just because they know black women get shot. Are you serious? Like, this is what we doing? Like, some people don't forget. I didn't forget. I don't forget. That shit is fucking ridiculous. They're talking about it, that day it was their Selma. Like, come on, man. That shit was whack, and I had to check. I'm just saying though, in hindsight, they ain't talking to us. And if you get talked to and you're lucky enough to fucking stand up and say something, then fucking say it. But remember, stay on the fucking consistency of what we're talking about is, Black first, foundational Black Americans, and we at war. We are at war. And these are democratic shills trying to play in our face and on our intelligence, trying to keep us oppressed and under the benign neglect thought process. And just keep in mind, there is Uncle Phil that said, if benign neglect us, we're going to do the opposite to you, And fair is fair, fair is fair. Tired of it, man. Even in a racist state like us, the few of us, well, let's say few of us, because they don't let the empowered speak on camera. Really, they'll let like earlier in the show.
They do, they'll cut majority of like it.
Yeah, they won't even show you like when they had you in the camera. They just showed your feet, right? And then the white lady with her to interview you, she wasn't even looking at you.
The first time she directly at me.
Yeah, she was moving around like she was uncomfortable. And so don't let the empowered really speak. And when we do get to speak, then the next week we got the subliminals about how we can't address the council directly, and we still do it because it's fucking foul. It's like it really is foul. They write negative articles. They don't want to address the shit that are really concerning. They don't care about our natives that are out there living on the street. They're predominantly Black. They don't care that the immigrants here are blaming Black people around them. They're letting them run free, willy-nilly, putting up tents where they would never let us put them up. And they put the children, if they are sick, they put them in our schools with our other children that have been here, and especially our Black children. Not that our Black children, thank God, that the genetics and the motherfucking sun bless them so well that they don't rarely get sick. But when they get sick, they get sick. You know what I mean? So we have to, be thankful that the good genetics of Black children, keep them well. We have to be thankful for that. But if they didn't, and they had bad shit going through them, they'd be really sick. So we'd be thankful that they're not sick. But that still don't give the people that invaded our shit to come over here be sick with something like measles. When the last I hear about measles? Chicken pox. You know what I mean? Chicken pox for all. But like, goddamn, for real? Like, these are unvaccinated people. We're not talking about the jabby. We're talking about just basic vaccinations that you get when you're a child. I mean, my pops kept losing the paperwork. I got vaccinated like 3 times one year just to go to school.
Make sure I got the paperwork.
Yeah, but when it comes to the jabby, fuck no, you a dick. Nah, you're sticking me with that shit. But nonetheless, they didn't let us do that, and they get mad when they have us saying, we got camping bans and shit like that, man. I don't see why anybody can't be walked back to the immigration office. It's only right down the road. You got the bus here, cop the bus there. They got plenty of space. Yeah, they probably don't, but they got a resource to get you back on to get home. And as far as Texas is concerned, I would say this too, like, or Mexico. Mexico probably don't get hit with all that shit because here in the United States, there's money to be had in crime, drugs, mental illness, everything that's negative. And if it's coming from the borders, any border, whether it be any border or port you can get into, whether it be from South America or Mexico, anywhere that like that, they got pipelines everywhere. And if it wasn't for somebody here in the United States receiving it, we wouldn't have it, right? So just think about it like that. Without Mexico funneling all this fucking guns and drugs and children too, young women, all that extra stuff like that, if they weren't going through there and taking it from the other states and the other countries too, then the United States wouldn't have so much of that to try to cure. They need that in order to keep the reasons to have this funding. The reason they need, we got a lot of crime. We got a lot of crime. There's too much drugs here. It's coming from Mexico. You better stop doing that. Don't you dare bite the hand to feed you, because they pay for Mexico to send all that shit. They pay for it. Like, Mexico just gonna say, here you go, and not get no bread back or not get no incentive to keep motherfucking the United States all fucked off like this. They got to get an incentive too, because if they really wanted to stop it, and the United States really wanted to stop it, they would have made it happen. They would have made it happen. And if that means cutting off this because you think it's an ally and you really cared about the people of the United States, you would make it work. But you don't. You find another way because there's always another way. But they don't want to do that, and they ain't going to do that, and they're comfortable in whatever the fuck they've been doing from the start of fucking God knows when. So I'm just saying, there's big money in keeping the people broke down, big money in keeping shit high, like the prices, your work, and not matching your living wage, not matching your the price it costs to rent an apartment. There's big money in all that. There's big money to keep people drug induced and triggered to where their coping skills ain't being managed correctly. There's big money to close down these schools, a lot, which doesn't make any goddamn sense to me now. You know, when I put some thought into it, why our cities be closing down the schools in our neighborhood, right? And they shipping the other kids to other schools, and then you know they put that's a system creating not only job loss, but you ain't got nowhere to put your children, so we got to red line the motherfucking district again, right? And then you putting people out of work, which leads to poverty. You know what I mean? You putting them teachers and the janitors and the aides and the, you know, the people that run the school out of work. You're putting the children out of a place to learn. You ain't teaching them correctly. And then you got the people that they get the funding for that to keep the schools running. Where they put this money at? Where the money at? Nobody ever want to talk about that. So, you know, but now you got all these influx of immigration. Are you going to go back and buy them schools back that you closed and sold off? Because they closed and sold the buildings, like immediately. So what you going to do about that? Nobody talks about it. And these are serious things. Like, of course, as Americans, just worry about your money. Like, where is your money going? Where is your taxes going? Because here in Colorado, they might say, we're taking all this money out. We want this to go from marijuana to go to this, and this, and this. And this, and this, and this don't get the money from the marijuana. But it's on our bill, it's on our ballot every year. And every year, the children ain't getting fed. The children ain't got no fucking AC in their school, heat in their school. They ain't even got a school sometimes. They, you know, they support racism, white supremacy, and all kind of other extra shit. And they'll keep it brief, keep it pushing. And the only voices you hear is the white ones crying and shit. But when the black people were crying at the same school and saying this, and that, we need some fucking attention to this particular thing, deaf ears and calm down and, you know, shh, like that. And
they had made a
it's a whole situation.
No justice, no peace.
Yep.
They made them have to fall for their own copyright.
Yeah. They take your shit for like little teenage girls, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, you know, I'm just saying there's a lot of things to look at that really aren't gonna get handled. Like, I'm starting to lose faith with
they tried to copyright it.
Yeah, they try to lose faith in it because, you know, nobody asks us how we feel. They're just doing. And then when they do have in your local cities public comment at city council, you see how they do certain, like, look how they do Chicago, right? Don't think it don't happen over here in Colorado. They shut that shit down so we can't see, and they won't let the people talk. They shut them down, or they'll turn off the cameras if we're watching at home, like me and Jesse been doing because I've been really sick. They shut it down. They don't want to hear the people get upset. They don't want to hear it. They want to keep doing whatever they're doing and collecting the money and misappropriating it and fucking the people. So, go ahead, Jesse. You want to close and say your last little couple statements, and then I'm gonna go ahead and close out with my shit, and then we're gonna start tomorrow.
All right. Yeah. So, thank y'all for staying up late with us. We're about to close out the show, but we had two more topics we didn't get to tonight, and that was the Unhoused Neighbor News and the Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps. So stay tuned for that. We got to keep y'all updated on what's happening with our unhoused neighbors, which is my term, my phraseology, my terminology, here in Colorado. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News. They are currently striking Frontline Black News, so we are not able to stream on there for at least a couple more days. So let's still like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on YouTube and not YouTube, Facebook and Twitter. And of course, last but certainly not least, the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Lady Chase will be dropping an RBA later on today, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
And we appreciate everybody.
And the Arena Uncensored. We must thank the Arena Uncensored.
Yes.
And the few channels that are on the simulcast. What is it called? Simulcast.
Yeah.
On our little network. Must thank y'all for giving us a place to do that. As far as where to do it, gotta keep it polite, So we do thank the Arena Uncensored for allowing us to share the line.
So to this last story, that was a straight up finesse. They're not serious, Black family.
Yeah, you can't take it serious.
Applying that pressure to them. Let them know there ain't no goddamn study. There was no study needed for Ukraine. There was no study needed for Israel. There was no study needed for any of these foreign endeavors and affairs that they seem to love to send our tax dollars over towards. So,
what study what they really need, except to know that Black people are the first fucking bonds and shit over here, Wall Street. Motherfucking Black people were the ones that were here first.
Yep.
What more to say? Like what do you mean you really need to know that you gonna deny that racism, white supremacy didn't start? like we have to learn something new. Like I don't think we need to learn anything new except get louder and say what we gotta say. Stay consistent.
That's what we need to learn. Consistency and quick pro.
They need to learn just to cut the check and say, just cut the check. You don't even gotta apologize because there's no apology. You ain't changed. No, none of these states have changed. They consistently provide fucking benign neglect to the fucking city.
We have to fight to get slavery off the Constitution,
right?
Off the Colorado State Constitution, and they ain't even implementing that shit.
No,
they still got slave labor going on right here in Colorado.
Yeah, as I said, these studies are bullshit, man. Like what we ain't learned nothing new that we already didn't know. If anything, what we have learned is that they don't recognize, they refuse to recognize and accept the fact that they have neglected us. They murder us, and they put people in jail for no goddamn reason, profiling, whatnot. There's no justice really. If there is any kind of justice, it took like 4 or 5 years to get it, so it's definitely unsatisfying.
Right.
They don't care. They'll allow anybody in here, and without going through the proper channels. And the ones that did go through the proper channels, how shitty is that?
Right.
How shitty is that? Like, motherfuckers have been doing it for like 10 years trying to get just even a simple visa, so they can actually take care of families and whatnot. 10, 12 years having to learn proper English and the rules and regs of the United States. These fools can come in, get everything they need, which we showed you on REA. Motherfuckers coming in. I'm still mad about this motherfucking brand new stove shit, whole apartments and whatnot. And you still got our people sleeping out on the street, like in boxes and in the rain and cold, and still have the audacity to fuck with them and not let them shit. Did you see New York let any of the natural or any of the actual homeless people that actually live there, been living there, stay in the motherfucking Roosevelt? I think not. And they only started getting upset when the black Latin countries started coming over here. Then it started becoming a real issue. And then I'll show you tomorrow when they start getting all upset because they see Haitians. Okay, they start getting in there feeling, Haiti's here. What are we gonna do? So I'm just saying they didn't let our unhoused black folk get up in the Roosevelt, excuse me. They barely don't want to even give them money for the bus. Then some of these shelters look excellent. Shit, you had over there in New York, you had black people fighting these motherfuckers just so they could eat.
I guess they just now starting to send them over here.
Yeah.
I ran into some Haitians, me and Chapman, when we were on the bus. We had run into some Haitian migrants.
Not to mention, you looking at all the crime and stuff going on. It's not black people, family. It's not a foundation of black Americans.
Shit, that's not us.
That's them. That's them. I mean, what happened? Did we ever find out what happened to the panty snatcher?
Oh, they caught his ass. They caught him.
They caught him.
Yeah, they caught his ass yesterday.
Yeah, there's a whole motherfucking immigrant breaking into houses, stealing bitches' panties out they fucking shit. Panties, not food,
in my neighborhood,
not nothing. Panties, okay. And he was one of those almond brown, light skinned. It's just all weird, just stealing panties, okay. But not to mention, we got chomos, we got motherfucking wife beaters here. We got a lot of fucking dangerous individuals here, but ain't nobody checking. And they get to float in under the system, under the guys we want to work, but that's not asylum. So I want to deep dive into a little bit. I'm going to deep dive into a little bit here shortly in a couple hours. But I'm just saying, family, hold your vote like you hold your swilla or your children, ladies, or your children. Don't don't vote unless it's something tangible for you. Stay if you with us over here on the Black First, We Have War Foundational Black Americans. Stay strong, stay consistent. We were here, this message boosting. They're pleased and thank you, and we're so grateful. There's millions of us now out here thanks to the new Black media and staying on course and applying pressure and just pressing the movement. And it's not gonna go in vain. Keep in mind, if you pay attention, it's really starting to become a issue for an issue for them, and sooner or later, like we've been doing it this long, 400 motherfucking years, a long time. We got this. We got this. So just want to say, stay Black, stay dangerous. We do recognize it's the holiday season for some of you. Happy Hour Tuesday Day.
Yeah,
Foundational Black. Yeah, I can't. As I say that, I say it's a Tuesday Day. To Foundational Black Americans. We're supposed to give each other a book.
We will arise.
Yes, and so happy, and then here shortly it become Kwanzaa. So I say happy hour. Just fucking enjoy your time with your family. And stay Black, stay dangerous, obviously, and look out for each other. Look out for each other. Tomorrow will be part 2 of the Frontline Black News at 10 o'clock. I want to thank our guests, Shabaka, as always. Brother Infinite that was up here, and what is it? Cobra Commander. Laughing at my twin, Cobra Commander, aka Ramel Understanding, Angel of Peace in the East.
Bringing the hope without the dope.
Bringing the hope without the dope. We're thankful for his presence. Yeah. Man, him, my twin. God damn it, man. He changed his name again. I couldn't keep up. I'm like, come on now, I ain't gonna do it. But see, I was struggling. Well, I thank him for his presence as well, because it's been a very long time since he showed up to something he helped create. And always obviously free the land. So we're gonna go ahead and let everybody out. Stay tuned for the RVA who comes sometime this morning, early afternoon, and we'll see you again tomorrow on Frontline Black News. Thank you. Sleep well. Good night, little eyeballs, and peace.
So yeah, peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We'll see y'all on part 2 or the RVA. 2-1. Peace.
Here they go.